Good morning. Ding ding. Looks like futures found some support at open. This morning's price action's been kind of wild. Who knew fucking Sam Altman was so important? The golden child of AI. Hey, Gurk, the new president of Argentina says he wants to dollarize the country. Would that have any effect on markets in our current situation? Yeah, probably. Thanks, P Shorts. Happy birthday to you too, man. No DD today? No, I woke up like fucking 15 minutes ago. I was drinking for 24 hours. I wrote DD last night. Did you read that? I feel like that was sufficient. I'm super fucking hungover, but thank you. Did you see the Apple news? Big revenue loss if Google loses the antitrust. No, I didn't. That came out this morning. Hmm. I don't see anything. Yeah, no, I don't see anything about it. Where are we at on the diamond top? We're doing like whatever this is. Which seems real fun. We're at what? SPX 4516. Did you see that Microsoft had a 75-cent dividend? They like to return that cash flow to their shareholders. That's a massive zero point 0.2 bips of yield. Can you say value? Deep fucking value. I got so wasted for your birthday. It was awesome, man. Thanks, Tom Tom. Or Potato Tom. Sorry. If Sam Altman is actually at T1000, then I want a refund because that's one ugly robot. Yeah. I'm down point 0.1. Same as belated birthday wish. No, it's really not good enough. This morning's kind of wild. There's a lot of put interest that was coming in. I guess call interest kind of changed up a little bit too. We got a little bit more interest at like 45, 20, 25. As long as we hold above 4,500, that's kind of the bull case for today. Or, well, more importantly, like 4,505. Oh, Yellen had some commentary in the pre-market today. Oh, Jesus. Higher IRS funding will help collect more revenue. According to Axios, Biden advisor arrived in Israel for talks, preventing war with Lebanon. Our 12-month recession odds remain at 15%. All right. Bloomberg's forecasting 50%. Interesting. Oop. Right, we'll switch this over to SPX. Sorry. Microsoft's yo-yoing all over the place. Tesla down, Apple massively up. Let's watch QQQ, I guess. Nvidia down again. Interesting. It's a pretty aggressive start to the morning. Up 20 BPS on the first 15 minutes of futures. Thank you, Tenderized Loins. What do we got, Dork? Well, the upside kind of looks like shit, so that's good to know. Happy birthday again. I just wanted to know if you were coming around on the CPI data being trash. I read insurance premiums are down 30%. Can that be real? They were readjusted. So it's not really that they're trash or that they're good. They just changed the way they calculate them. And so the base effect over the last 2 years pulls down the total average. Insurance premiums were way down in 2022, but they're actually up this year, and they were kind of up into the end of 2021. So, looks like futures is still pumping a little bit here. Let me switch to a lower time frame. Damn, did something actually bullish happen this morning? I don't think there was any news. Not really. Germany's PPI is still negative. We got the 20-year auction at 1 o'clock today. We have the conference board LEI, I think. That could be kind of interesting. I wonder how that's going to end up. It's expected to be pretty shitty. Some people are just saying it's an ascending triangle. Okay, I mean, the second half of a diamond top is an ascending triangle. Happy birthday again. I just want to know if you're coming. Okay, goodbye, Vix. Happy belated birthday. Thanks, Steely Dan. Thanks, Pterodactyl. A little bit behind on chat. Sorry, guys. How's a bullish and a power move that Microsoft hired a VC dude to head up an AI team? They were just saving face. I think they're trying to just keep him under an NDA, honestly. I'm just waiting for the market to stagnate into the 20-year. Gonna be chasing tail after the results come out. Nice, man. 52-week high on QQQ seems warranted. Yeah, right. Just letting it ride, Donald. Should I wait before an entry into Airbnb? You can. That could be wise. Now remember that there's no actual confirmation of downside until it's below 125. So I think you could be pretty patient with an entry on that. Don't think you can use me to make cards only when your birthday hangover and me not notice. That's how strikes happen. Happy birthday, Gherkin. Another year in the books, so no offspring. Congrats, but also that clock is ticking. All right. Thanks, Pigeon Teeth. Are you offering your fertile womb up to me? In which case, I accept. Pickles Penny, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it, man. So about SLD sell-off, is that dead? As of market open, yeah. Well, the deposit period's over as of market open. 45.25, the top here. Roughly, yeah. There's a little bit of zero DT interest that's come in this morning to the upside of that. Like at 30, 35. It's not a ton, but there is a little bit there. The longer end of the chain, it's just the zero DT interest. So yeah, there's just a little bit that's come in. There's a lot of put interest that's coming at 85.80, 85.90, 95. That might be sold. Given how hard they stepped on VIX, I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Will we ever have a red candle again? Someday. I don't think pigeons and centaurs can mate, but I'm down to try. That's how you get a Pegasus, right? Or like, well, like a... Yeah. Was this pumped because nuclear war has started? Wait, where? Yeah, Fubo's doing pretty good this morning. 3:30 already. GME is kind of looking interesting. Not a lot of liquidity in the pre-market there today. Cat's down. Apple up. Mag 7's getting the fucking shit pumped out of it. I don't know what the fuck's going on with Microsoft. Nvidia's down. Their earnings are tomorrow night. Tesla's doing some crazy shit. I wonder if bullish on Baba. Hmm. All right. Futures tested 45.35. It looks like they're failing. I'm being sarcastic. It's a Pegatar. There you go. Thank you, M. Riker. I didn't know what to call it. Holy fuck, I did not sleep a lot last night. It's like very, very heavy put selling. We're going to pump to the auction, then pull back to 45.10. And that's it. Natty would be very pleased to hear that Fuba is rocketing. It's finally back above his cost basis. What's Gamma Max for Tesla? Pretty far away, I think. It's like 250 or 270 or something ridiculous. 263. Yeah, GM's at 263 on Tesla. That one's tricky. There's like a short play there that I want. I don't think there's a long play that I want to enter though. There is a long play. I just don't like it. And the short play has to confirm, which it's still pretty far from doing. Is today the day to call the IWM play? Maybe. Let's see. It's still fucking below my risk. Yeah, no, not yet. Kind of tapped risk, I guess. It can still fail. IWM didn't look too hot last night. When I looked at it. Yeah, it looked like dealer delta was still negative. Oh, shit. 1 second. All right. I missed everything this morning. What's the feel for the morning here? I don't know. I'm kind of moving into the top end of the call chain right away. Rejection could be bearish. Still need to lose 45.20, which hasn't happened yet. And beyond that, 4,500 to confirm any kind of move to the downside. Right now, our setup kind of still just looks choppy like last week. I think it's pretty unlikely that we would crash on Friday. it's like a half day. Looking down the barrel of Fubo assignment, I'm sure you'll be able to get back in later. Something I've learned is when someone says there isn't much more room to the upside, it means there's still some upside that will certainly be found. I mean, there is, yeah. there's technically range all the way up to like 45.50 on futures. It doesn't mean we'll find it, but it's there. We had a tough time getting up there last week. Did you cut SLD positions? No. It'd be cool to go down 20 bips now. We need to lose a lot more than that. I want to crash on Black Friday so we're no longer bombarded by Black Friday deals. Okay. Dude, I can't make up what Altman and Microsoft are doing. Can't decide if it's the chatting or chat GPT. You think this hurts NVIDIA by proximity. Also, how are you hydrated and alive? I'm strong and resilient like the American banking system. Um, it could. I mean, Microsoft's saying a lot of things about their new GPUs while still trying to maintain their relationship with NVIDIA. Apple has now reversed all its drops from its poor earnings guidance this year. At least we know nothing matters anymore. Yeah. Everything's out the window at this point. They haven't reversed all of it, right? Oh, no, they have. Yep. That's all gone. Excellent. They guided down for next quarter, too. Yields are still up today, which is kind of interesting. Although dollar's way down. How's oil doing? Oil's up a bunch. That's going to start getting more bearish soon. Huh. I think we might have found the top here. At least for the early part of the day. Close. Looks kind of bullish. Oh, it's kind of bearish. Well, the trends are maintained at least another day here. Okay, that got rejected at least. Why am I getting exit pump vibes? I'm kind of getting that feeling too, but we haven't seen any risk off of short puts yet, so I don't think we can make that assumption. How high can Fubo go? I don't know. Don't really have like a real gamma max on it. There's resistance at 350. and then at 390, and after that 460, and then like 480, 530, 661, $8. Are you jumping on Tesla if it passes 230 to the downside? Probably kind of in the median range there. Like, I think if it falls below like 229, I probably will. What are these charts? SPX, VIX, Microsoft, and QQQ. Zero DT is balancing out the charm flow to keep their price up. So the charm flow is not entirely negative. There's a lot of sold calls at 4,500, I think, for the end of this month that actually provide supportive charm flows. But we did lose about like 14 billion in charm, maybe a little more. It's also 27 minutes into the day, and we have an auction with duration coming up later, so this feels like a 45-degree angle grind up all day kind of thing. Okay. I mean, I don't think we're quite at that point yet. Put interest is picking up slightly. There's a lot of call selling going on. The put selling that was occurring this morning is kind of trimmed down a little bit. There's not a lot of call buying. So we're seeing a lot of like in the money call profit taking and out of the money call selling right now. Let's see how volume's looking here. A little bit of volume at 30 and 35 still. Looks like some profit taking at the 4,500, 4,505, and 4,510 level. And then call interest starts to fall off above 45.35 and kind of falls off a lot at like 50, 55, 60, 65. We're getting a slight increase in put interest down there, and the gamma flip point moved up to 44.8250. The futures gap from last week is filled. And still we're going up. Well, they bought calls earlier today. They just stopped buying them. No, I didn't, Barodactyl. I wouldn't say we've completely lost momentum here, but we're getting kind of close. Give me 1 second. All right. Put interest must be 0. It's a little bit better than 0, but it's not great. It's like 10,000 in long put delta. Yeah, any downside here is going to be driven by profit taking on the call side. If this rejects back to 45.20, that's a triple top. I don't know yet. It's still really early in the day. We have a bond auction later. That could obviously make things go a little crazy. This could be an attempt to front run that. But I think I made it pretty clear last night. If we hold 45.06 or 4,500, things don't get more bearish. Based on the chain, it's uppies. Based on the chain, the uppies are kind of over. There's maybe like $10 more room to the upside right now. And I'm not really sure that those are all bought. We got a little bit of puts at 20, 15, 5, and 4,500. Losing 45.15 is kind of a big deal. So let's see if that happens here. RSP down on the day, 15 bips. That's a good sign. NASDAQ isn't, though. NASDAQ had some terrible overnight performance, and then it fucking ripped this morning at like 4 a.m. The spread on the 45.15p hit 15%. Jesus Christ. I'm thinking we're pretty range bound until the 20-year auction, or is there too much pressure from OPEC's SLD for non-volatile morning? I mean, I think a lot of the call buying we're seeing come in is to combat any downside effects. But yeah, I think we can get hung up between like 45.05 and 45.20 again, like we did Friday, until the 20-year. That's definitely possible. If we need especially if we need a catalyst to break all that resistance at 4,500, it's like a brick fucking wall. It's just really exciting if we get below it, right? If we don't, we're still stuck in kind of the same shitty low liquidity upside environment that we were last week. Can you pass my best wishes to your cat? Okay. Also, my second best late birthday wishes to the sly but resilient and dehydrated centaur on stream. Thank you, Smells Like Updog. No problem, man. I'll let him know. People hate puts. They're gosh. Nice. Gauche. Gosh. Probably gauche. Fucking French. At least the cool thing here is that CTA like net positioning estimates were just 0 for this weekend from BOFA and GS. So CTAs just aren't really here anymore. They're just at neutral. Meta straight ripping 2% on the day already. I haven't looked at Meta. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, Meta straight ripping. What do you think about Palantir here? I mean, I'm like fully divested in the money covered calls. I think they're overvalued. If you want to play the short side of it, you might need to wait a little while. I was targeting like back below 14 over 90 days, but yeah, if you wanted to play a shorter term time frame on that, there's still kind of resistance to the upside it could break. 22 and then 23. Let me look at its options chain. It's not really like at gamma max or anything. So yeah, it's got room up to about 2256 where gamma max is. Maybe a little bit above it, but probably not. Palantir tends to not cross gamma max very often. So last Friday, some of the call interest was falling off. Obviously, that changed this morning. Charm's pretty low on it. You might want to wait a day or two for it to blow off if you want to like short vol or something, though. Gives YouTube ad blocker warnings. There's gotta be a way around that. I always heard that companies are supposed to be transparent when they're trying to sell related to institutional trading. Uh, Companies are transparent when they're trying to sell, like their shares. Tyler, in all seriousness, I really have to thank you to thank this year. I've managed to turn my degen portfolio into something that actually makes me money. And so with that, happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you too, Tyler. Is all the recent advert blitz by Piton a sign of upturn or just a last gasp? Oh, I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to fucking Peloton at all. They still killing babies. I heard options are risky. Who the fuck is this guy? Are you gonna average down the IWM puts? Not yet. No. I feel like there's room to if I want to, but not yet. Meta at 52-week highs today. Overcoming last week's 52-week highs. Well, is there a few really good CC stocks you can suggest I could look into? Much appreciated. I mean, you'd usually want something with decent volatility that you also want to own. So, I mean, I don't really know what you want beyond that. Figure out some stocks you want to own, and then see which ones are good for cover calls or have decent like premiums and liquid options markets. Dad VIX. I know I saw it. Maybe some risk off. Hard to say. I don't know what the fuck. That's weird. At what price do we end out today? You would cut your puts. mm, I have till Thursday. Thursday and Friday? I don't know. If we were to stay above 45.15 today, I'd probably cut some put positioning. Or at least rearrange it. Oop. Stopped out of the call straddle. Lamb. No, no more calls building up. There's a little call buying at the peak there, but it looks like it failed. Everything's pretty flat right here, actually. Still need to lose 45.15 to see any serious downside. It looks like most of the in the money profit takings wrapped up, though, at least for now. Is a good spot to enter IWM if I haven't. It's like right at my risk. I feel like the chance for it to break to the upside is a little high. Maybe if it rejects. It hasn't it's testing now, but it hasn't rejected. So if it rejects, then maybe. Let's see how. Alright, so. Alright, so momentum's falling off a little bit here. Maybe this is where we start to get some downside. We want to watch 45.15 and 4500. Those are the most important resistances to the downside right now. But it looks like we're going to get a little bit of a continuation, at least, on the drop here. What a fucking mess, dork. You got that VIX spike yet? That was weird. That was a couple weeks ago. Buffett, well, Berkshire picked up, like, it wasn't a lot. It was like 10 million shares of Siri, 9.7 million shares, something like that. I understand I'm making a Novi correlation, but is there any reason to doubt the 20-year won't have a fat tail, given the 30-year had its fattest? The 20-year is not very well. It's less popular, so there's a possibility that it's the one that would print the fattest tail out of all the duration. I stopped out of my call hedge, so now I can rock it up. I stopped out of mine too. China doing QE and reverse repo market down 1 trillion. Do you think that the money has been making its... I mean, China's not really doing any QE. They had the opportunity to change some of their short-term lending facility rates, but we didn't see that. And reverse repo is mostly going directly into treasuries, so it's I mean, it's really just shifting one short-term liability for another. She told me that nobody takes profits on Microsoft at all-time highs when their golden goose starts making brown eggs, deploying some of that buyback capital. Yeah, don't forget we're fighting against that throughout this entire period. I'm sure that those flows are starting to dwindle, and then new buybacks or like increased buybacks for Q3 are actually down quite a lot. I think 13 companies increased buybacks so far over this earnings season, which is way lower than what we saw in quarter 2 and quarter 1. But yeah, we should be getting near the point where like the buyback period is mostly over. Probably more towards the beginning, middle of December, but I would say given the ferocity of buybacks in the first part of November, it's likely that we're approaching an end to that. The data for that's kind of hard to get, but You have to get it from like corporate client reports from the like prime lenders. And getting a full picture is really hard. But you can get an idea. Would you be surprised if Fubo breaks 4? I mean, 350 is more important right now than 4, but no, not really. They've had consistently good earnings, right? I feel like they should already be worth quite a bit more than they are now. There's just a short position, right? This looks like consolidation until calls are cheaper, so they can push higher. It will be if we don't start losing some of the downside levels at like 25, 20, 15. I went to a local GameStop the other day and the employees put the wrong sticker on an item. It rang up as over 50% off. All in on puts. Does that mean the diamond top is now invalid or failed? No, it hasn't really failed because we haven't broken. Well, it's a little bit failed. Not on the daily yet, but on shorter time frames, it's failed. On the daily, we could, the first like 30 minutes or hour of today could just be like a wick up, and then we can fail into the latter half of the day. So yeah, invalidated on shorter time frames, still valid on longer ones. Excise tax moving up to 4% is on the table to raise revenue for spending cuts. Okay. This is the stock market. Downside is illegal. Yeah, options interest is pretty flat here. We picked up a few more puts at 20, 15, 5, and 500. But not a lot more. I have a 15 put. I have a few. I mean, excise tax moving up is going to take approval from the world's most divided Congress. I think in most instances, retail's a buyer of options. Adam L. I think in most instances, institutions are sellers of options. Is IWM currently finishing an inverse head and shoulders? No. There was kind of one last Thursday, but it failed to break out. Speaking of IWM, where the fuck is Delta Neutral today? God, I forgot to look for her. 177.87, 177.68. So DN and GN are like at the same price practically. I'm still at 170. Charm broke down. Vega risk is insane. Curious. Think this can still move down. I'm gonna get stopped out of my fucking puts here. Yeah, it still has some room. A little bit of put selling here. $10.30 right now. Why is VIX dropping? Put selling? A lot of put selling. I feel like any day you say, if we drop below this level, it can get really exciting. It pretty much guarantees we don't go down past that level. That would be called a resistance. Sometimes we do, and then it gets really exciting. So you ever have billions in charm expiration plus SLD has little effect this morning. It was starting to have some effect over in futures markets in the overnight session. And then everything got pumped to fucking hell and back before market open from like 4 a.m. on. And then even more so at market open. No, we don't. We never do. We just bounce. That's not true. How many more puts are there to sell? Infinite. Support on the 35 on futures, but the bounce is still kind of choppy. Holy shit, futures volume's crazy today. It did make a higher high. 45.30, 45.43. Yeah, 45.15's. I mean, that's where the collar is, too. How do I convince Airbnb to bounce to 129.50 so I can fill on my spreads at the price I want? Ooh, that's risky. Yeah, I wouldn't even go short on ABNB until it falls below 128. I wouldn't add shorts to it. The 125 level's pretty important. If it doesn't break down through 125, it's not going to lose its current support. Gamma max on which? On SPX or? Are we going for another high? Lol, bulls eating dip before the holidays. We'll see. It's still very early. The real mess is the puts sold along the way. I really do wish I'd sold more puts on our way up. Nvidia doing a big old head and shoulders. I've sold a lot of puts up here, but it would have been way better on the way up. Nvidia doing a big old head and shoulders after trying to touch 500 inappropriately. Not really. I wouldn't fuck with Nvidia. It's got earnings tomorrow. How do I undo my Airbnb I bought? Call WeBull and say some child bought it and I want a refund plus some free trades. I don't think it's Angry Birds. You might not get away with that. So about the charm falling off, did the Bulls just buy it all back this morning and have it wash out? Largely, yeah. Also, Friday they did that as well. IWM rejecting, starting to. The low for today is like delta neutral. So that would be the confirmation. If it fails, GN. And this is like GN and DN. They're both in the same spot pretty much. Yeah, it could just be kind of grindy till auctions. And bulls are going to want to hold above the collar as much as they can. On IWM, it's like 177 and change. If the auction comes in without a tail, we moon. I don't know if we'll moon. I mean, I think it's a more sensitive variable than that. Like the 10-year came in with a tiny tail and it really just didn't have any effect at all. The 30-year came in with a big fat tail. It had a big effect. And then we'll see what the 20-year ends up. But like if it's positive, no tail, that could be bullish. It also depends on like if there's buyers, right? The tail will give us some information on that, but not all the information on that. If prime dealers are still stepping in to pick up the majority of the issuance, it's not going to be viewed positively. I want to buy some Vega plays, but December's expiration has me worried about opening one now. Better to wait. You could. I mean, I don't mind picking them up with VIX under, especially with VIX under 14. I don't think we're in a situation where we're going to see VIX significantly lower than where it is now. And we might see like 13, but I'm not sure we're going to get much lower than that. The pressures on vol are a lot higher than they were back in like July. So getting back to those levels like VIX 12, that's gonna be really tough. Are bears or bulls more reactive to colors? I feel like a bull and a collar on a bull would be okay, but have you ever seen someone like try to sit on a bull? They're not very pleasant. Is this the longest run you've seen? No, but it's nuts. Definitely top 5. Like August, what was it? August this year from the bottom was super fucking crazy. Um, July was crazy. August, remember August last year? It just wouldn't stop fucking going up. Thankfully, it came down harder, but that was a bitch. And I started shorting it like before SLD too, so it was tough. Fortunately, I got theta, but that didn't help. Was it like October of 21? We did something similar, right? We went up like fucking 10%. Post COVID, when we were getting like all the COVID scares, there were a bunch of like 10% market moves. It was like 10 up, 10 down, 10 up. I remember into the back half of like March into mid-April in like 2020. That was fucking crazy. I think the market went up like 35% in a month. Jan of this year wasn't that bad. It was like 10%. Is XRT still on Reg Show? It was as of Friday. August of last year, I only knew how to sell cover calls. I was far more successful. Did you buy one of Napoleon's hats for 2.1 milli? Nice. No. All those pulled back. This one hasn't yet. Well, that's kind of the key word there, right? Is yet. Any idea what the VIX spike was? I mean, it wasn't 0 DTEs. I don't know what date it fell on, but something happened. Someone want to look at the fucking time and sales for 10-12? It's probably just puts closing. They're getting ready for pumps or no call buying. There's actually a little trickle of call selling going on right now. there's still put selling occurring, but there is a trickle of call selling. I think the 45.20 has been taking a lot of profits. It's kind of starting to dip a little below the 15 strike. But yeah, there's actually a little bit of call selling. Not as much as we got up here, but like up here at 9 like from like 9:45 to from like here kind of all the way through this, there was a lot of call selling. Then on this drop there was a bunch of call buying, and now we're starting to see like a little bit of call selling again. So maybe we put in a lower high. We'll see. This isn't super bullish, but it's a little bit bullish, so we could retest. Generally, these aren't really good off of a breakdown. They're usually better when they're formed at the top of a trend. What kind of power move would it be, though, if you did buy one of Napoleon's hats and then slapped VWAP on it? Be a little bit ridiculous. I'm not, like, into Napoleon. I don't want someone cooler's hat. I'm offsetting losses with Uber earnings. Say that until some drunk bitch pukes in the back of your car. What value Vega on options do you typically look for in a Vega play? I mean, the higher the multiple, the better. But I've been picking up like let me see what the Vega on these is. Between 3 and 1.5. If vol gets lower, if we go below like VIX 1350, I want to pick up some like 4 or 5. And if you're doing that on like SPY, divide by 10. There are underwater sold calls below us that are just holding on. Do you know what expiry those are for? I think they're largely for December. They just didn't, I mean, like, they didn't even get the opportunity to get squeezed out, right? They all just got gapped over. Is there a price level that invalidates the diamond top? On the daily, 40, like 45.50. On the 15-minute, it's already pretty invalidated, but even on the 1 hour, well, the 1 hour, it's not quite yet, but close. I'm also a car detailer. Look at you. Yeah, this is gonna be fucking boring. A little bit of 40, 45, 30 call interest. Not a lot, but a little. Oh, probably leaves us with roughly the same top. We're getting some put selling also. It still looks like call profit taking is the majority of the moves right now, though. Yeah, maybe it's just flat. Yeah, it's kind of flat, I guess. Could this top going up? Pretty good up to 35 right now. We're going to 45.40. It's possible. Got a pretty standard dip buy there. There weren't any puts to capitulate, but I would say let's see. Probably just gonna flatline here at 30 again, I think. I'm not really sure that the like 43 or 45 35s and 40s are bought. Some of them are. But if we start to see like a lot more call selling here again, that might be an indication that we're not going higher. Although it does look like we're getting more call buying. I guess that's a minute behind. So yeah, give it a couple minutes. I'll see what the flows are looking like. Bear seller and shadow. We get 6 weeks of puppies and then they can be squeezed. They're buying them from themselves to fuel the pump. 1 second. $14 billion charm, Pterodactyl. Good morning, Mike. What do you think about Friday 4,500 puts? Cut or hold for a potentially better exit? Try to be less attached to positions, but it still seems within reach. I already stopped out of a call. I have a bunch of 4,500 puts too. I think at least a better exit is possible. We still might have like 10 more, well, $5 more. $5 more the upside here. Maybe 10. We'll see. $5 to $10 more of upside here. But the 20-year auctions in like an hour, 2 hours. So we're getting kind of close to that. I declare bankruptcy? That's not how that works, Adam. What happened to opening 4490? I never said we would open 4490. It'd be cool if we'd opened at 4490. We did not. We were close for a minute. And then Sam Altman got a new job. Is Sam Altman the new Potato Tom? Maybe. Just, is Sam Altman the new Potato Tom? Was Sam Altman stuff really just candor concerns? Maybe. Is Sam Altman just a VC fluffer? Yeah. I don't think he has any actual, like, expertise. Yeah, I don't really think they are either, Dork, but we'll see where this goes. We'll probably need... Upside momentum slowed here, but it hasn't reversed. We're almost at September's high. I wonder how the market's going to react when a bunch of manufacturing employees get laid off. My place is already talking about cutting another 30% again. In fact, that's a lot. Not well. Manufacturing has provided some strength to the labor market, so that would be a sign of weakening. Can we go 19, 20 green days? Right now we're at 3. We're at 3 green days. Jesus fucking Christ. Do you have any thoughts on a shorter term Baba bull play? No, but there might be one from like 70, like 78. It sold off a little hard at earnings. Yeah, there could be one. I don't think economic conditions in China are improving much, but there's kind of a case for this to bounce back. Uh, maybe to like 85. At least back above the long-term trend at like 82. We're like 14, 16 or something now. No, 3. This is a third consecutive green day. Feels like we don't sell off until next week. I think if we carry through to next week, we just don't sell off at all, probably. Unless data changes something. I can't see the minutes this week being super impactful. What's the bull case again? Oh, I mean, people are bullish because the Fed's totally going to cut rates early, right? Everything will be fine. Inflation will trim down. Kind of the same one that we had back in July, all over again. That's because Hank and Ashi candle's smooth. Is Dole back on the menu? So I bought a little bit at 1075 last time it was down here. Maybe. I'd still kind of want to get it cheaper. I'd really like to buy it at 950 again. $960, $960, I guess. I'll buy a put here. Yes. No, still short. Needs to test. What if we don't get the test at 45.50? Very close. Yields are moving back up again. Oh, yeah. This pays me so much. I'm not even losing money. I'm just irrationally mad that it's moving up. I'm just mad that I got stopped out of my fucking calls earlier. But what are you going to do when it rejects, right? I want to buy 0 DTE 4530 Ps here and lose more money. I want to wait till ES tests 44 or 4550, which is like 43 or 40 45 37 50-ish. I'm a little worried it won't test and I'll end up chasing the put to the downside, but I think it could test. In interesting news, there's a tiny put wall at 45.40. And there's a little tick up in put buying here. Not enough to really shift momentum, but maybe enough to start to turn it around. Grab, fuck, yeah, I'll grab the put, fuck it. Uber Rise can't all be Russell, right? Almost $1 this last month. Dude, Russell short squeezed earlier this month. Remember, if they use synthetic liquidity to offset those like those positive fund flows, then that has to be covered. Fubo is actually starting to look pretty fucking spicy. I like it. Reminds me a little bit of like August. Maybe Jan. Well, no. You know what? I guess like IWN isn't as overshorted as it was back then. But IWM still shorted to fucking back. Lots of bot zero DTE puts all the way down to 4,500. I don't think those are bot. I don't think there's a lot of them either. At least not when compared to the call interest at each strike, right? Like all the strikes 45.15 and up are massively positive. Does this negate the diamond top? Not on the daily, but on shorter time frames, yes. It's still valid on like the 4 hour and the daily. Because those candles still haven't closed. But on the 1 hour and less, it's invalidated. I DM'd some TA. There's nothing I love more than bears that are overly bullish. You guys are more bullish than the fucking bulls. The bulls are like hesitantly buying like 45.40s, and you guys are like, no, it's going to 5,000. QQQ is only 3.5% off all-time high. Same like regarded. Mag 7's a greater concentration of it than it's ever been. Someone calculated how long it would take to get to 12K. QQQ might actually have to rebalance again. I think if it pushes through all-time highs, they're going to have to trim Mag 7 one more time. Did the Louvre form a union and go on strike? I don't know. Maybe they do that pretty frequently. Gross, Stork. See, that's still got me pretty. I mean, that's the reason I bought the 40, 45, 30 puts just now. Gazi. It better fucking not be. No, just trim the weighting like they did last time, Popcorn. This run seems really ridiculous. Are we gonna have a double top before coming back down? We're close. I don't think we're too far off of September's high. September's high was 45.66 on ES. Although I do suppose on the longer time frame, a lower high here would not be a good look. Jesus Christ, we gapped over every major resistance. That's so weird. I feel like all of that positioning is still just sitting there. Hmm. 5 years moving up. Those are more moderate though. Dixie's still down on the day. USD JPY 148.34 now. Commodities are picking up a little bit. Ooh, how's BTU doing today? I should probably sell some more covered calls on that. Hmm. Curious. Ooh, hold on. I found something spicy. God damn it. I need to set a stop on my puts. Not yet. I'm getting close though. Downside in like the next maybe like 25 minutes. Kind of looks like right, that's looking a little less bullish to the upside. Yeah, some of the out of the money call interest and a little bit of the in the money interest is still trimming. I need to look at something though. Ooh. That's a little bit exciting. Huh. Did we ever pull the data for that one? Nope. Fuck. kind of looks like a little bit of repositioning here. It doesn't. It's not like super bullish or bearish. So the 45-40 calls kind of pulled back. 45-45 did a little bit too, but 35 increased. There's some profit taking on in the money, 45-15 and 20. I need to look a little more closely at this because it looks spicy as shit, but I want to make sure. Hmm. Two weeks straight. Hmm. Interesting. VIX 12 is the new VIX 13. Close. That's some pretty amazing TA popcorn. Here, I'll get rid of that for you. Is that better? Six-month tail finna crime us to 4K. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think anybody gives a shit about the short duration stuff. Oh, amazing. The leading economic indicators came in even worse. Gotta love that. If you guys could drop a like, big help. Is your current expectation for GME that it runs this OPEX T2, or is it more likely we see covering at earnings if they beat? Thanks. I don't know. XRT's still on Reg Show, which I'm not a big fan of, and the borrow rate's really not fucking going anywhere. which I'm also not a big fan of. So the combination of those two things is kind of shitty. Oh. The fuck? Hmm. Why are options free? If you could teleport to anywhere in the world, but it's only one way, where would you go? Would I only get to like do this once? Is it like a one time? That's shitty. It's just a one time thing. They traditionally don't tend to run GME before holidays to manage FOMO, but I don't think it matters that much anymore. Yeah, it might not. How many more minutes do we have left? We're getting kind of close. 5, 10 more minutes. T plus 2 plus 69 plus something plus another holiday plus rad times 100. Let's save it and then use it to teleport to my bathroom to take a shit when I really need to. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think till the trend starts to reverse here. We're getting pretty close. That kind of still looks choppy as fuck, though. I just want my 4530s to print. Ooh. Nice, Dork. That's what I like to see. You gotta love it. Fubo tips update. There's covering going on Fubo. Wait, Moody's cut JPM BOFA and WFC outlook too? I didn't know that. If I've learned anything, it's when I've given up all hope in downs and switched to calls, is when it drops. It's not SPX 4500, but my 4530s might go in the money, which would be super cool. It also wasn't Dork's Peener. Oops. That's the wrong fucking thing. $50. Let's hold off till the end of the day. Really want to do butterflies at 35 though. How many day trades do I have? Fucking none. Hmm. Jesus fucking Christ, what happened? Every single fucking dip? Yep. Although I do think our downside momentum's gonna maybe pick up here. Well, like keep picking up. We're still, I think we're still not quite at 25 minutes yet. Close. Powder keg. Yeah, it's getting pretty violent. I don't want to do this. Buying calls again. Test. Can I get the fill? Oop, I got it. Haha, I got the fill, Dork. On what now? Ooh, the 25? Yeah. At 2. Like, top tick the wick. Now it's gonna go up, but still. According to At the Money IV, our price is gonna stay exactly where it is until the end of the day. Gross. It's because the economy is great. The SPX price is still super low for how great everything is. Anything less than 5K is a steal on SPX. You guys are more bullish on the S&P than the entirety of the futures market. Like the forward curve of SPX doesn't have us breaking 4,500 until 2026, but you guys think it's gonna happen like this month. That was sarcasm. It'll only take a year to get to 12,000. It's crazy how impossible a 20 BPS pullback feels right now. Yeah. I think some of this is also just like futures, right? Like that test of 45.50. We keep coming just shy of it. Is this where I become broke? I don't know. Were you broke when we were here like fucking 30 minutes ago? Is loading a couple puts at 45.15 too greedy? It's a little greedy. How did the auctions come in? 3 and 6 month came in a bit softer. So still plenty of demand for the short duration. I'm surprised that's not kicking the higher end of the curve up a bit. Dollar still looks like fucking dog shit today. I guess yields are up a tiny bit since the auction, but not a lot. Is this the Gherkin timestamp breakdown? Maybe. Gonna need a lot more momentum than that, though. ES volume's kind of dropping. But there's also not a lot of sell side volume coming in here. Maybe if we lost like 45, 45. I think either here we're either gonna test 45.50 and like get that upside test or uh or fail 45.45 and then that could give us a move down to like 45.35. I don't think a lot of this upside price action here is really relates well to positioning on the SPX. It's more driven by futures. Hard dip buy incoming. They bought the fuck out of that wick. Ooh, cool stuff. Thank you, Atomic. Interesting. Okay. That's kind of what I was curious about. Well, let's see what happens here. Holy fuck, did they just whiff a dip buy? They gotta keep buying, right? They can't let the price go down. That's illegal. I mean, they kind of did though. They kind of they kind of whiffed that dip buy. I demand to speak to the manager of the SPX. Why are they selling people puts? Fucking $5 out of the money puts for $7 out of the money puts for $2, dork. Because they're never gonna go in the money. We're cheering for a whip dip by of $1. What terrible moral victories for the Bears. It's more important than that, right? If they fuck that up, they allow momentum to build to the downside. That dollar's fucking stacked. That's hundreds of millions of dollars shift in momentum. The short gamma trade on SPX 0DT is more overcrowded than a free Taylor Swift pop-up concert featuring Kanye and Beyonce. I have a question, Dork. Why is my November 24 44.25 still worth so much fucking money? WeBull's only calculating like the P&L on the sold put. Are dealers in the sell the flat tape mood right now? No, not even close. But CTAs are pretty neutrally positioned, so they're probably ready to pounce on any kind of any momentum, right? Down or up. You think the 20-year print could send us rocketing from this level? If it's really bad, it could, yeah. But we might just see a lot of hedging into the like over the next hour and 10 minutes as we approach the 20-year print, and that might drag us down. Because the to hedge the put side right now is practically free. Is now a good time to consider buying back your 44.25 sold put so when we drop, the long 44.35 puts are more impactful? It could be. I'm not going to because I don't have enough balance on the account. But yeah, that would be an option. Not one I'm particularly fond of. Maybe tomorrow it'd be a little better. Are put prices too good to be true? They're kind of ridiculously cheap. I mean, like an at the money put on SPX is like 350. The call's a little bit more. Well, yeah. Yeah, the call's like 440, 450. Jesus Christ, this future's just never gonna fucking test 45.50. It's bullshit. Does the pump today make the fall to GN significantly less likely? The fall to GN is impossible if unless unless we break 4,500. So it's not even worth considering until a 4,500 breakdown. What the fuck is this? They didn't miss that dip buy. No, they didn't. But they failed at a lower high. Slightly. Draw the lines that make it go down. Hmm. No, not yet. Are we gonna chop here till the 20-year action? Yeah, we could. I blame Regards Geeky. Why? Thoughts on another IWM run up with a squeezy chain? I don't think the chain's all that squeezy. Jeez, that's not you too, Carl. I can't deal with this shit, man. $20 at 1 o'clock. So an hour. Yeah, I mean, if the 20-year comes in flat and there's good liquidity, it would definitely be bullish. I don't know if these 40. Why do you have 40, 50 Ps? I don't want to know. $400 out of the money puts. Almost 5. Because they're finna pront. The fuck they are. You got a year on them? Why does everyone always get so antsy? I think a retest of 520. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. May not get 20, but we could. 25 is more likely. It seems to be mostly staying stable through this. SPX chat was too bullish last night. I got all horned up. Mistakes were made. How many oil contracts did you buy, Ben? Wait, aren't you up? Oil's up like 300 BPS today. How the fuck is vol not just rocketing? Like, yields up, oil up. Hold on. Interesting. 1 month correlations turning around here. Huh. Dark, we're so close to things. And they keep getting pushed out like 2 minutes. It's driving me fucking nuts. What are you doing, Carl? Why are you losing money? Are you trying to short Tesla again? It's Jen. Save us. Jen, shush the market. No, I'm just throwing like $70 at 45.15s because I'm bored. Yeah. Are those really losing value? They're already cheap as fuck. What's up, Fluffy? I told you every time I buy far out of the money pooty toot, I yell out to the market maker, parry this, filthy casual. Jesus Christ. I got stopped at a small profit while I was out making said mistakes. Oh, okay. That's one thing I hate about futures is that the outlays so much that like you can't afford to not have a stop, so you can't take on like bigger risk. That's kind of annoying. Here we go. Dump it. Thanks, Jen. Eat shit, Gork. This one tick gap on ES will never be filled. It's filled, man. Instructions unclear. Pumping. Ah, fuck that. I like that VIX is going up. That's cool. All my homies hate anyone who thinks this isn't hitting 40-50 by December 1st. Will the 10-year tips auction and FOMC minutes tomorrow have a big impact on the market? I don't think it'll be huge, but it could have some impact. Future inflation expectations are kind of down, so the 10-year may not be that interesting. The tips. This isn't a descending wedge, it's equilateral. Ugh. Every time the market moves down 2 BPS, it's because the person bought one single 40 Jan 4500. 1 second, guys. Ugh. Fuck, it's cold out. All right. What happened? Another dip successfully bought. Did we test 44.50 on futures yet? Nope. So close. What's our high here? 44, 49.75. Sisyphus, aren't you like full ported into commodities? What are you going on about? I thought your entire portfolio was just like long-term commodities. Oh shit, Dork, we tested 45.50. How did you go from buying a couple 45.15 puts to being full ported, Carl? I only had $70. That's the crazy thing, man. Look. Like that zero DT interest today, that's the entirety of that fill. And then all of those are sold. What's really wild to me is there's still a chance we're below 4,500 in the next hour. Maybe. I feel like it's a longer road to below 4,500 though. There's definitely going to be it's going to be a fight. There's a lot of sold puts at 4,500. When you exit a trading range, bail on anything trading in that range. Yeah. Seems unlikely to 4,500, but maybe a test. I don't know. We'll see how the auction comes in. So far, they've managed to support 300 billion in Delta falling off. So that's pretty impressive, right? What's wild to me is the bears went extinct. I don't think. I mean, I don't think any bears have any interest in buying anything near the money here. Like intraday traders, sure, but not. That's not going to be like a lot of positioning, right? Do you still think we test GN on a pullback after this? If we break 4,500, we can. But if we don't break 4,500, I don't think we're testing GN. Yeah, that was pretty clear about that. There is no test of GN without a failure of 4,500. Unless GN moves to 4,500. I mean, honestly, at this point, how could anyone expect we fall below 4,500? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand how people can expect us to hit 46. But those people exist, and you clearly think they're more correct. But you guys also massively overreact to every 30 BPS move in the market. Will we ever go down ever again? They're selling shitloads of puts, but they're not buying calls, right? They're just crushing vol. They're selling calls too. They're just doing like as far as vol shorts are concerned, they're doing everything in their power to crush realized vol black below implied vol. That's actually not in line with the bull interest, right? Like the bull interest is out of the money and it keeps getting stuffed by fucking sold calls. Like that's what happened all of last week. The 45.25 through 50 level, they just sold the absolute fuck out of it. Bulls were buying all those calls for days and they fucking just never went anywhere, right? Bulls picked up a little bit of leverage this morning and we moved a little higher, but they didn't get a lot, right? I mean, we're up 40 BPS. It's not like a fucking crazy move or anything. It's not like we gapped up another 150. We're starting to reject on 45.50 ES, but we haven't failed yet. We're still looking for a move back below 45.45. And the reason they're positioning this way is if the 20-year is bullish, they're going to try to push 45.50 and squeeze out short calls to the upside. I mean, like short vol is bigger now than it's been since Volmageddon, right? Like we've looked at this chart a bunch. This kind of gives you an idea of how much short vol is present in the market at any time. And this is the correlation between VIX futures and spot VIX. And I mean, look at short vol over the last 5 weeks, right? We went from a 60% correlation. Well, it's a little longer than that. It's how many weeks? 6 weeks now. Oh yeah, 6 weeks now. We went from a 65% correlation to a negative 11% correlation. That's fucking insane. And if you go back historically, there's only a few instances of VIX ever being shorted this hard. You like pre-Volmageddon right there, right? And then you had like July, June of 2013, and then you had like a little tiny window in 2010, and like a little tiny bit in July of 2005. But I mean, short vol products didn't really exist back here. They did, but not to the degree they do now. Like leveraged short vol products. Well, because short volatility still isn't zero DTE, and if you don't short vol, you can't pump the market with cheap calls, right? Like you need the money for the leverage on the gamma. So like all of these like zero DTE pumps, you're using short dated gamma to break up long dated defensive positioning, right? And to create like artificial price realization via the derivatives market. But in order to do that, you need shitloads of leverage on zero DTEs, right? You need tens of thousands of calls, and you know they're relatively cheap. But when you're buying them in that quantities, you need something to offset that, and so they short vol to do that, right? Because that pushes the market maker on their side, and it also gives them credit to buy that leverage, right? Because they're leveraging up the short vol position into long zero DTEs. It seems like it allows things to drag out longer, though. It does, but it also massively inflates risk, right? So there's no way to do this without creating just tons of risk, right? I mean, the assumption you force the volatility market into the assumption that nothing bad will ever happen again. And then if something bad happens, right, everything just blows up. Where does it end? You can't stop. Well, eventually the theta you sell falls off, right? Because you're always selling your puts in like a 23 to 30 day window. So as long as you keep selling in that window, your total exposure is only 7, you know, a rolling 7 days of strikes, right? And then, you know, the rest starts to decay and fall off because you've moved the market substantially higher. Could you summarize today's action in a quip or two? There's just been like a bit of call buying between 45-20. Sam Altman got his job back, and apparently that was bullish for the market this morning. We opened above 4,500 and then We got a bunch of call buying between like 45.25 and 45.35, and we've just been sitting on that kind of all fucking day. Can't they do the same to the downside? Sell calls and buy puts? Yeah. But if you're fucking long everything in the index, right? If you're long volatility everything in the index and you're dispersion trading this, then you don't want it to go down, right? Until you pull back your long index. So until you pull back your longs, you don't want the market to drop. Basically, you're you're short vol on the index, or you're long vol on the underlying. Sam didn't get his job back. He got a new job. You mean he stayed under the protection of an NDA? Doesn't that mean Microsoft loses all the money it invested into OpenAI by making a competitor to its startup? Yeah, or they got the entire OpenAI team without having to actually buy out OpenAI. They had like 49% of the equity. If I get my job back at the Wendy's, will the market do pumpies as well? No, but you will. So your wrists are sore. I feel like it's kind of neat that vol hasn't come down substantially since like 1140. It's kind of just been trending up. Holy shit, 3 BPS of downside. How is this possible? They're slacking, Dork. I have arthritis in my hands already. I would like to request that I don't have to work at the Wendy's dumpster. What about your jaw? Also, think of all the glaze, blue bananas. You just bought that Grey Goose to pour out for the Vicks, huh? I don't remember drinking it. Haven't they been selling the underlying bit by bit and using derivatives to hold it up? Yeah. See, like I feel like there's something that you guys are missing here, and that the more risk there is, the more likely they are to pump it as hard as they feasibly can. Short squeezes are inherently bearish, and we short squeezed to these prices. This wasn't like natural price discovery, right? Valuations didn't change. Forward EPS didn't go anywhere. What level are you looking to lose to get some red boys? I picked up some like 25s and 30s for today. I figured, fuck it, I'm already out of my calls, so might as well have some fun. This bull pump has blown up my port. How do you guys find yourselves in positions where you're blowing up your port on a 40 BPS move? Stop over leveraging shit. Stop saying bearish things. I don't. What did I say that was bearish? One position is over leveraged. Use a different instrument. I think it was the 1,000 BPS move up, not the 40 BPS up. I mean, listen, if you were still in a position after 100 BPS up, that's just fucking stupid. At 200, that's inexcusable. Your yelling shows that you care. It just pisses me off. Like, don't lose money on stupid shit. If you can afford to lose money on stupid shit, go for it. Have fun. But if you can't afford to lose money on stupid shit, do not do that. I did not say market crash guaranteed in the first 5 minutes of Monday, Carl. You're a perma bear. No, I'm not. It's just the data, right? If anything, I'm a perma bull. I fucking hate being bearish. It's the worst. You know, you guys fucking all argued this with me back in like July and August, and then we dropped 10%, and everyone's like, "Oh, Gherk's a stock god," and then we fucking bounced, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's the end of the world. The bulls are gonna pump it to 4,600." It's like you guys just oscillate from one extreme to the other. Overnight gaps plus VIX crush got me negative 50% on long dated overnight. Is hard to hedge off. I mean, it's hard to hedge off because you didn't hedge it in the first place. It's part of the grieving process. Let us go through all the stages. Ugh. Kirk, all we ask you for is perfect foresight, perfect exits and entries, maximum profits possible. Well, shorts out of their, but shorts are out of their positions at the bottom of a short squeeze, right? Then they just wait till the bulls exhaust themselves in euphoria, and they short the fuck out of the top. Look at everything that's ever ran 3 to 5 standard deviations. Meanwhile, your range chart is on point as always. Yep. No one ever looks at that fucking thing. I think people just skip it. What's the explanation of why MOASS is mechanically impossible? Because you'll run out of upside gamma, and there's nothing to drive the price higher. That, and there's infinite liquidity. There's no fixed amount of stock in any equity. At least not one with an options chain that's part of ETFs. You got puts for the auction? Yeah, if we drop to like 45.25, I might pick up a couple calls, but I'm not going to buy them here. When next collab with Houston Wade? Isn't he busy chasing non-existent shares of BBBYRQ? I look at the chart. My deficiencies were deeper than that. Thank you. Unless the delta exposure on the market makers is in excess of the float and available NAV of all the ETFs in which the stock is contained. No, even then, they can still keep making shares, right? Like there's no infinite squeeze. There's no scenario. They'll just put it in more ETFs, right? Market cap up. They'll just add it to more ETFs. You just keep spreading the risk out across ETFs. But that injects systemic risk. So? When the fuck has systemic risk ever mattered? You can pay it all off once you get the downside, right? Think about if Jimmy squoze to 50k a share. They're not going to add it to SPY. It can't. I mean, Dork, you understand it can't squeeze to 50k a share, right? Honestly, though, when are we just going to create an ETF? I just want to create an ETF that constantly, like its ownership, like its basket is just the most valuable share lending stocks. Like whatever has the highest prime borrow rate, that's what we hold. The top 10. Does RC think RC has a path to driving sustainable profitability? Okay, sure, but I don't think he has a path to growth. And sustainable profitability of 5 cents per share is not impressive. Put your tongue. Jimmy's up 4 cents today. The highest crime borrow rate? Exactly. I'm currently sitting on 4500p for December. Is this too much theta? If I'm pretty much just playing downside gap fill? No, but I mean, make sure that you're hedging off some of your premium to the upside. Like, I mean, you don't have to spend a lot of money on your hedge, but make, like, you know, hedge something to the upside, right? At least make sure that on an upside breakout and you lose the range, that you'll cover your cost of premium on the puts. The market rejects the bear hypothesis and has decided we're going to a bajillion million. You've said nothing but bullish things since 11 o'clock today. And we're still trading at the same fucking price. I know. Is Siri gonna squeeze? I don't think so. Not squeeze. There might be some short covering on it, but it's never gonna really squeeze. It kind of did last time, right? When it went from like 3 to 8. That was impressive. But that was still wasn't like a short squeeze. There was a lot of short covering. Shorts on Siri are hoping that they get bailed out by the merger. So they're just sitting in their positions, and they're only going to risk off if the price goes high enough that they have to. The risk for the long-term shorts on Siri are the vol shorts. Vol shorts come in and fuck up their plans to short the company to zero. They have very different risk profiles, right? Like volatility shorts, their positioning is synthetic, so they have to risk off as they short the price of an asset down, right? Long shorts just want to short it down nice and smooth. And this shit is bad for long shorts. As it trims down over time, their positions become more aligned. And there's less disturbance, right? But the first like year or two of the shorting is really problematic for long shorts. Because when vol shorts spike the underlying, right, in order to risk off their synthetic liquidity, they create a problem for the long shorts because the price goes up. Yeah, this is probably people hedging the print. We're getting a little bit more like well, I don't want to say a little, we're not getting a lot more, but we're getting a little bit more um like put buying. It should be at 1 o'clock. Treasury auctions are always at 1. Well, 1 and 11:30. Before you answer the poll, think, would I buy the 20-year at the current yield? Because that'll give us a better idea. Which one means bear? That's not the question you should be asking. You know, voting bear doesn't make bear happen, right? Much like your out of the money puts aren't driving the market down. Sorry, that was too soon. Man, oil's really pumping in anticipation of the OPEC meeting. London session's over, right? U.S. seeks $4 billion from Binance to end a criminal case. What the fuck did Barkin say today? Bid to cover on the 6-month was shit. Focusing on inflation to decide rate moves. It's not a big time for forward guidance. We'll respond to data. Structural demand for U.S. debt remains strong. I continue to view inflation as stubborn, which feeds the higher for longer approach. Inflation does not seem to be settling, but the job is not done. Does seem to be settling, but the job is not done. I expect a much more normal set of growth numbers in the future. Miraculous economic cooling. Oh my god, did a V get stuffed? No? If we dropped to 45.15 and then stabilize and then fall further, then a V got stuffed. Why does this sound so familiar? It's the same bullshit over and over again. I can't tell who's following who, the Fed or the SPX. It's more like a human centipede. But like a circular one. Core 1 month has only been turning up since we bottomed. If it keeps turning up, get your bear horns out. Put your bull horns away. Bear rug. Circle peed. Yeah. How much did you actually drink Saturday night that you remember? I had like 6 or 7 drinks before we left the first bar. I don't know what I had after that. Thanks, man. I did see your message. Thank you. Every time I tune into the stream, it's always stuff and V's and spreads and collars and strangles. Don't forget strangles. And straddles. The Fed was worried about the economy reheating after an inflationary cooling cycle heading into the collapse of the global financial markets. There are enough puts that if the auction comes in no tail, a dive down could happen before a push up. No, I don't think so. If you're betting on the downside, it's probably a good idea, and you don't have any upside protection, it's probably a good idea to have some kind of hedge. I'm hedged with cheaper puts with less theta. I can leave $2 out of the money is only $4 a premium. This is ridiculous. It's kind of nuts. Anybody see this? Yeah, what's up, Surfa? The SPX just trade an entire minute with zero price movement. So I sold my Fubo $3 calls for a very slight loss. Looking at the picture on Friday and expiry this Friday, would you have held or cut based on the uncertainty at open? I probably would have waited till open and then cut them. Or at least, yeah, I probably would have waited to see how futures took in the pre-market before making any kind of decision. If the position was large enough, I might have hedged it. 10-year lead. The 10-year's not even got an auction today. 0.5 delta on SCX is $400, guys. That's $23,000 of leverage at the cost of $400. Yep. Also, happy birthday. Sounds like it was not a memorable one. I think I had fun at one point. Things got really weird and dark towards the end, but the beginning part was really fun. No, I don't think any prostitutes died in the making of my birthday. I mean, you blacked out. Yeah, I kind of did. But I remember bits and pieces. That's why I got that friend request. Yeah, that wasn't me. Bits and pieces. Bits. Bits and pieces. Not bips. Fucking degenerates. Well, there's a part of my night that I don't understand, right? From the time we went to the karaoke bar to where I woke up in the morning, I don't know how that happened. How horned up should I be for this action? I don't know, like a 4. Where did you wake up? In the Bronx? At my ex's, and not a recent ex either. No one cares about your breaking news, popcorn trader. I'd already drugged myself when I showed up there, Frosted Flakes, so, I was really just waiting to be taken advantage of. She didn't fill you in after, or you just ran? I didn't run. I collected my belongings and walked out. Were you wearing pants when you woke up? No, but I was wearing a t-shirt. Like Donald Duck. And socks. Still wearing socks, by the way. Dude, we got the goodies. Treasury yield 4.79 before auction. Hold on. Yeah, what the fuck's going on? I don't see the print yet. Bid to cover 4.58, high yield 4.7. Oh, okay, so it came in soft. Premier dealers only took 9.5, but they only sold 16 billion. This is the push to 45.50. It's a push. Yields are diving. I suppose here we're at 4,200. What happened? Short squeeze. Hmm. 130, 13, 16 billion. Hmm. Some profit taking. Are you cutting your? I got stopped out of him already. That's OI looking. Still looks like it peaks at 43, 45.35. We have a little bit more call interest at 45.40, but there's also some profit taking in the money shit that just ramped up. Kind of broke out of the trend there for a second. We'll see if that holds. It probably won't, but it might. The longer dated chain, I don't know if there's. We're gonna need some call side repositioning probably. Is there enough momentum to hit 50? Forty-two, 46 is the technical level from September. I swear if we drop here after I cut my puts, I'm done trading. Hmm. Fill the gap or fall back? Which gap? Oh, on ES? Oh, on SPX? Yeah, I don't really think that fucking matters. That's fucking like, dude, that gap's from August. It doesn't matter anymore. I mean, I had calls earlier today, but the only calls I really made money off of were the like the 45/45s I just bought here before the print. And those are going to be questionably profitable. No, it doesn't mean going down isn't going to happen. Gamma max on the weekly is at 45/45. It doesn't really get shorted that much. No. No. What's with Fubo? Fubo's been going up. It's doing pretty good today. Finally broke free of that like 308 level. Looks like it's gonna test 350. 350, 363 is a pretty important range. After that, it could keep running. That's on Tesla from here. I didn't see what happened with Tesla on this. Tesla didn't move that much. I mean, the same. I'm not interested in shorting Tesla unless it falls back to like 228. I'm just also not interested in playing the long side. I don't think that looks that good either. Are they not gonna push for 4450 here? I don't know. There's a lot of resistance at 4450. There will be no dips for me to get out of my puts. I mean, eventually. Why'd you buy puts today? We opened above 4,500. I mean, I get buying them before the meeting, but those were cheap. Between now and mid-Jan, I don't think so. Just up. All right. So why are you asking me? Inflation's not cooling. They changed one metric of inflation that changed the month-over-month print, but CPI was still up, right? Flat. No, because volatility on indexes doesn't increase to the upside. Yep. They got mine too, yeah, go. Now it can pump. They've stopped out all the 0 DTE calls. What data point that's coming up can turn this around? Well, not a soft tail on the fucking 20-year, right? Like, or no tail on the 20-year. We have Chicago Fed National Activity Index tomorrow. That's not that important, but it's a little bit important. We have FOMC minutes tomorrow. Then we have durable goods and initial jobless claims. If initial jobless claims are above the expected again, that could create a little bit of fear of recession. And Michigan consumer, that's not going to be that important. We have Japanese core inflation and inflation. Those are both expected to rise, but they may rise more than expected due to the devaluation of their currency. Last month was not a good month for the yen. Next week, we have a 5-year and a 7-year auction. We have some PMIs coming in. Those are usually pretty important. We have GDP estimates. Then we have core PCE. Core PCE is next Wednesday. Can NVIDIA earnings shift the narrative on tech and start the retreat if they miss? The money, the treasuries aren't being bought. They're being, well, they are, but they're being bought to close, right? It's just shorts exiting treasuries. It's not like longs piling in. Not at the back end of the curve. Does the trading range for the rest of the week change significantly if we close above 50 today? Yeah, but I don't think we will. Play the bull song. That's the one thing that'll turn this around. So someone who shall not be named may or may not have blown up one of their ports. Was that port $70? I don't really think you can call it a port if it's $70, Carl. No problem, yeah. Why are bond shorts leaving? They don't want to get squeezed out. Port shaming. There was only 16 billion in issuance from today's auction. No, calls aren't really flooding. I mean, calls haven't been flooding in anywhere, right? There's like slightly more interest at 45.45 than there was. Although those slipped back out of the money, so. Maybe they'll buy on the pullback. Well, yield curve is just going to re-invert. Seems to be the longest inversion in history. I think it is. $50 to 150 bips up every day. We're only at 59 right now. I'd be surprised if we closed above 50. Really doesn't help them trim realized vol, right? Which had almost collapsed before the print. I'm happy for my TMF position, but I really wasn't expecting it to be up this year. It may also end up being down later this year. Happy belated. I got you a gift. I wrote an XRT themed haiku for you. Calls on GME. Know this thing's still on Reg Show. Stop asking me, please. Don't buy SPX then, Maeve. It's really simple. If you can buy one SPX 0 DTE, then you can buy 10 SPY or XSP 0 DTEs, right? It sounds like you should be buying one SPY 0 DTE. I don't even know what a Wojak is. I borrow desk list bar rate as NA for Siri. What mean? It's not available? It's right there in the description. Is small cap still down? That's where all my 401 contributions are going to. I mean, relative to the other indexes, yes. It's up today, though. Maybe we get a pullback this week, barring any events. Short weeks aren't usually when things happen. I kind of hate analysis like that. That's not true at all. There's plenty of short weeks where things have happened. Plenty of holidays that have been dumped into. plenty of holidays that have been pumped into, right? It's bullshit. Oh, I don't know. There's been a time where the pickle jar has consistently won and the Discord has been full of elation. I mean, everyone's got different positioning and they all manage it differently. I think there's a lot of times where broadly everyone has done well or the majority have done well, but people still fuck it up. We'll drop, 200 basis points and they'll get stopped out of their puts on like the first five. Accept it whenever you want, man. I'm still being patient with the Tesla put. Any chance it hits the buy target today? It doesn't look like it. Probably not. I mean, if it doesn't miss, there's simple. If it doesn't hit, there's just no entry, right? It's really simple. Is it peculiar that VIX is moving up with this? A little bit. But there's like short calls here, right? So those squeezing out's gonna have a little bit of that action. Oh, okay. The pickle jar is only happy when Girk says we're going this direction, and we only go that direction for an entire day. Is the stream account dead now? No, not yet, but close. How long can they hold these levels? I mean, there's nothing forcing them out of them. It feels like 4,500 Ps with less than 30 DTE are dead. Did you hedge the upside of them? Never mind. Don't even answer that. It would be great if you could tell me the color each candle is going to be the minute before it happens. Well, if you cut them, AJ, then mine will print. Right? That's what you're saying. I'm at least glad I'm not holding puts right now, unlike a lot of people apparently. I'm still trying to understand why everyone's trying to like over leverage the breakdown of 4,500 when it's like the least likely outcome. Like every morning we open, everyone tries to leverage 4,500, and then by afternoon they're like, we didn't break 4,500. No shit, Sherlock. What would be expected for XRT to come off reg show? You need a lot of covering. Because they keep buying, AJ. What's so hard to understand about that? You and every one of the quants was super bearish yesterday. Was I? I mean, I thought we'd open down. We had enough delta fall off the chain. But that doesn't mean they're not going to just buy it up, right? They're going to defend the level where their risk is present. They're not just going to let the market fucking drop all the way down to gamma neutral after they defended it on Friday, especially. The quants just say whatever Gherk says. No, usually we disagree. DJ's in here full porting 4,500. Meanwhile, I'm hoping we just end at or below 4,535 to continue driving down realized vol. Doesn't look very successful right now. Realized vol's spiked again. WeBull looks pretty good. 350 is the next resistance. What's up, DZ? Back for good now. Awesome, man. Happy birthday. Thanks, dude. What would be a good straddle point for tomorrow if this doesn't break down a little? Thanks. Ideally, I'd like to get straddles around 45, 25, or 30. But don't particularly like entering them here, but it is what it is. If I have to, I'm just going to take it at spot and to close, right? Why are you talking about Delta falling off the chain? It's anticipated they will fill it back up the following week. Just curious as to how good of a metric it is. I mean, it's good to know that it fell off. If they don't fill it back up, the price falls, right? The market maker will deleverage. It was pretty obvious before the market even opened today that we weren't going down, right? Like, I mean, who the fuck walked into market open this morning, saw ES running up above resistance, and was like, I'm gonna buy a fucking put here. Like, I get buying puts for the auction, right? That makes sense, and those were cheap as fuck. But like, where in this did we move into like bearish territory? Right? Like the levels are fucking. This is what I don't get. The levels are fucking defined. Why are you buying puts when shit's bullish? This is green. I mean, even if you're fucking colorblind, you know that's the wrong color for bearishness. They are bearish. That doesn't mean it's going to break down. Put a fucking stop on your put. Have you tried that? Have you tried being like, oh, this isn't breaking down. It's breaking up. Close my put. You know? Just be like, oh, nope. Right? It's right there. Or, you know, here or here or literally fucking anywhere today. People want to short the top. It's not that weird. Yeah, I get that. But if you haven't found the top, cut your short, right? Like, don't just fucking leave it open, hoping the fucking top, forms above you. Close the fucking put, wait, see if the top's breaking down later, then buy another put. What is this weight you speak of? Jesus Christ. I don't get it. It's like the fucking every candle's green and people are like, I have no calls. Why? Buy a fucking call. Dork, stop over leveraging. Then the market goes, then buy a put. Does nobody ever confirm any of their fucking entries? Room consensus must think that the market is overbought. It is. It's very overbought, but that doesn't mean it's not going to fluctuate, right? That doesn't mean the top is in. The bearish resistance is at like 4,500, and like really nothing is bearish unless we break that level, right? Any drop that doesn't fall below 4,500 is inherently bullish. So stop buying fucking puts until you can confirm that the bearish. You don't need to make 10x on every fucking option. I don't think there's any de-risking going on. I think short calls are just getting squeezed out. That's why VIX is going up. There should be some resistance at 45, a little bit at 50. If you're going to try to play the reversal, set a fucking stop. That way, if it goes higher, you get stopped out. There's too much bearish data macro. Like, literally everything except SPX price suggests we go down. But macro doesn't influence the price of SPX day to day, right? That's something that occurs over a long period of time. Market participants are fucking retarded, as evidenced by half of the chat today. Right? They're just gonna buy whatever they think is gonna print. And if that's calls, then we'll keep going up, right? Like the market and the economy are not the same thing. What the economy tells you, and the fact that the economy is shit, is that at some point in the future, the market will probably come down. Because over a period of time, they tend to equalize. I saw an article that said we should thank Biden for the soft landing. That means the economy's fixed, right? How long until all-time highs on SPX? We're still pretty far away. We're at Gamma Max on the weekly again. Is there a world where this does break down today? Probably not a lot, right? We opened above 4,500. That was the chance, was that deleveraging in the pre-market opened us below 4,500, and we got an cover bid on the downside, right? But we opened above 4,500, which was bullish. From that point on, I mean, like once you have directional momentum, it's just gonna get dragged by zero DTEs. Is this a new squeeze or a continuation? I mean, there's really not enough like out of the money calls on the chain to like create a new squeeze. There's short dated ones and we're kind of squeezing them, but not a lot. Most of them are above 44.50, right? So we're squeezing out some of the shorter dated calls here. There's like a little pocket of liquidity. It's gonna blow up and then we're gonna trade flat again. Gamma max doesn't mean anything. Yes, it does. Or now get this 2 p.m. margin call. We'll see. Ugh. Jimmy will never see 15. That's probably not true. Ooh, fidelity unrecoverable error? I don't even know what that is. Maybe Nvidia earnings will be bad. Probably not, but maybe. It feels like no sold calls are safe. Well, sold calls are sold by bulls, right? And no, they're not particularly safe. They provide upside liquidity, right? And then anybody shorting vol and pumping the market's going to target that liquidity because they need to move higher and higher. Otherwise, their risk starts to compound at one level, right? If we trade in one range for too long, short vol gets fucked, right? Because they build up too much risk at the money. This is exactly the way you guys sounded in June. I should start buying long dated puts now. I feel like I want to buy a lot of Nvidia put leaps. Please say something to discourage me. Nvidia 600. Did that work? Don't feel bad. I have bull spreads on Nvidia that are so deep in the money I can't sell them. And I've got to figure out how to hedge that tomorrow. No. Oh, I tried. I'm not anything. I mean, 90% of my trades are me selling condors for 30 days out and straddling every night. Like 90% of the capital I use on SPX is those two things. still think we could drop 25.30 today. Yeah, it's not out of not out of the range. We're hitting 1% today. Not unless somebody starts buying a lot more calls. But we'll probably have a better idea of that as calls get cheaper into 2 o'clock. Right now, well, 45's gamma max on the weekly, so you know they're not going to pick up. They're not going to pick up a lot of gamma from buying shorter dated calls. They need to buy delta, and nobody's bought delta on this entire fucking run. So, it's probably pretty unlikely that we see a push much higher. But like when the auction came in, there was, you know, a quarter of the amount of 45 0 DTEs as there are now, right? So I mean, that can always happen, right? Like someone can always come in and just buy the next strike and spend fucking $100 million, and it's gonna move the market up. Can you explain why going up so much in 14 days without any correction is a bad thing? Thanks. Well, first of all, it scares people, right? Because they all think like everyone starts trying to get the better deal, right? And as the price moves higher and higher, you get fewer and fewer buyers. No one wants to buy the top. We traded above Gamma Max like all week last week. We traded above it for 3 days. 2 days, sorry. And then Gamma Max moved above spot. Do you have GME GM? I think it's like 16 something. It's 1628. When Greg says it's possible regarding contracts going in the money, that's his nice way of saying it's almost impossible that we go there. Just FYI. Stop buying shit so far out of the money. There's like tons of realized vol right now. The fucking at the money calls are cheap as fuck. So we're at the money puts. There's no reason to be like $30 out of the money on anything. It's perhaps something about the 500 ceiling being more impenetrable than the firmament. I need the video to drop so I can close my fucking calls, Randall. That's the bearish thing that I need to happen in a video right now. I need it to go back below fucking, well, just to 480 so I can close my fucking bull call spreads. Because I don't want to hedge them. Jimmy's not in IWM. It's in Russell 1K. It was only 40 minutes ago, 50 minutes ago that I said $22,000 worth of leverage costs $400. I don't know, man. I bought the 45.40 and 45.45 calls. They didn't really go up much. They're worth more now, with the price lower than the peak, than they were when I sold them. But hey, bud, I know people have been whining and giving you a hard time. I'm also just grumpy because I'm hungover and I didn't sleep. My call hedge is up 300%. Nice, man. I think they're gonna get 50, but why stop there? Why did you buy Delta that wasn't plus minus 0.5? They were cheap. I mean, I still got like 60% out of them, but they were cheap as fuck. The 40 was like $1.25 a contract. And the 45 was like 70 cents. 70, 80 cents. The 50 was 0.35 when I picked them up, and they stopped out at 120. Nice. Man, at the money call went up like 250%. Yeah. More leverage, though. It's probably roughly the same shit. Jimmy's not going up with the Russell 1000. Isn't that like super bullish? No, that's not anything. XRT is still on reg show. Because everyone's just. Here's the problem. Max out your leverage ratio is all the rage. Everyone's always buying like fucking options that are super far out of the money, and they think that theta is the solution to buying shitty contracts. And it also isn't a hedge, right? Like it helps reduce your risk a little bit. But it's not a hedge. Right? It just gives you more time to realize your price target. You still have to hedge. If the market moves against you, you need to be able to not only stop the flow of your losses, but you also have to cut your fucking losers, right? Just cut them. They lost. They suck. Why do you want to? You don't want to hang out with shitty losing options. I'm not an emo cutter. Stop it. You'll make the South angry. You double down. No, that's your thing. Sometimes you can, but you better be really fucking confident that you're right. Otherwise, you're just increasing your losses. Ditch my options when they start doing too much molly. My SQQQ 18Cs feel personally attacked. Well, my March 15 4000p go in the money. I don't even know why you own one of those. It's like a Vega play. Is it enough time for the SPX to drop that much? Yeah. But are you going to just sell it when it's up 200% from vol increasing? Probably. No, I'm probably going to sell some Fubo 3s. Not today, but maybe tomorrow. I bought it as a Vega play. I'm just kidding. Oh, okay. keep your like if especially if you're day trading, keep your positions and your stops tight. Don't take like fucking 70% drawdowns on 0 DTEs. Just cut them. Cut them, but fucking buy the option later for cheaper if you really think it's gonna go back there. This is the problem, is that you've got this price action, right? Everyone buys puts here, which I'll never understand. Right, and then they don't just get stopped out of them here or here, right? They just fucking hold them through this whole thing, and then they buy more puts here. But their price target never gets hit. No, it's a terrible fucking strategy. Buy the puts when you confirm that the fucking price is breaking down below the resistance. If you're gonna buy puts above resistance, then buy them on the distance from where like spot to the resistance. Don't buy puts out here. Here comes 45.50. Maybe. I'm getting some vol shorting. Let's see. Little increase. There's also a lot of puts at 45.50. I think it still holds up as a resistance. The Gherkin, when the market's down, puts are going up. I gotta chase. Have the viewers not discovered the glory that are debit spreads? It makes at the money plays ridiculously inexpensive, and you can roll them as your thesis plays out. No, I guess not. Once XRT's off reg show, GME will catch back up to the Russell 1000, right? Or am I missing something? It'll catch back up relative to its weighting in the Russell 1000, which isn't fucking much. Is wheeling BTU a bad idea right now? No, I sold some covered calls earlier on it today. I don't like the I don't love selling puts on it here, but a little lower, I wouldn't mind it. I know we talked about this last week or the week before, but like selling puts against this resistance isn't so bad. I'm not sure you'd get enough selling them below that resistance right now for it to be worthwhile. But out of the money calls aren't too bad. And there's some risk that a lower failure here would break the resistance. So yeah, I don't particularly like the CSP side, but the short vol side doesn't seem too bad. Or like short vol on the call side doesn't seem too bad. I'm trying to get into a Vega play with March expiration. How likely do I get VIX 1350 this week? Like that entry would have been better earlier, but here's the problem. If we keep moving up from here, we're gonna keep squeezing sold calls, which is gonna keep VIX elevated. So I don't know if we get VIX 1350, but we might get close again. How do you think Nvidia increases their sales into earnings tomorrow? And they don't need to, right? They'll just report future sales like they have been for the last 3 quarters. Why, popcorn trader? Whatever. Have you been selling GME CCs at all? No. I sold some last week, but nothing this week. Are VIX calls still over? It's not that they're overpriced, they're just mispriced. But yes, they are. Was Volmageddon basically just squeezing of sold calls? No. It was squeezing of short puts. If you think it's going to gap over 45.50, popcorn trader, why don't you get a 45.50 call? Right? Can you confirm that the crying from the pickle jar has hit its apex? And I should probably go ahead and buy some puts now. It's getting close. I don't know if it's at its apex yet. Microsoft's going a little nutty. Yeah, what's going on with Altman? I assume all of Microsoft's price action is completely based on that. Because I'm not trading anymore today. All right. They've been building up short puts at these levels the last week or nah? There's some at 4,500. I don't think they're very far dated, but there's some. Most of the Vega risk is still further down the chain, but there's definitely short puts at 4,500. There's a lot of like short dated short puts all the way down, but yeah, those generally aren't sold very far out. Do you have a personal level of delta that's too low to buy for an intraday trade? I usually won't buy anything outside of like 0.3, 0.35. Sometimes I will, but very, very rarely. And only if I think something like really big is going to happen and the options are appropriately priced at like 15 cents or something where the risk reward is worth it. Have you cut your November 30 or waiting for a slightly better exit? I mean, I know I should have exited, but here we are. I still have some November 30s. I'm not like, I mean, you guys are all way more concerned with like continued upside than I am. Like, sure, pushing 4450 sucks, but I'm not particularly worried about it. But I also hedge off the upside. Right? Like I buy calls literally every night. Sometimes I close them too early, but you know, that is what it is. Profits are profits and all that. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I can keep them through the entirety of the day. Think we see some red into the end of the day, or are they just gonna walk this up? They're really shorting the fuck out of vol here. That's usually kind of bullish, right? The fact that we're not gaining any ground despite all the short vol is, you know, likely a product of the fact that we're at gamma max, but where's the top for Microsoft now that it's broken out of its previous all-time high range? It's a $2.8 trillion company trading at a PE of 37. Yeah. There's really no telling where it'll go. I mean, valuations are already so blown out. It's just it's just a joke at this point, right? There's here's what you know from that, right? You know that there's no defensible upside price. So if you buy and it goes up, be prepared to sell it because it could fail. And Nvidia is going parabolic. Ooh, Nvidia broke 5. That's a big deal. Nvidia's at a PE of 120. Yeah. Do me a favor and tell me when the top of the SPX is in so I can deploy all my money into puts. Why not get like a couple puts when you think the top is in, confirm it rejects, then buy more puts as the market proves you right. Sam Altman, found to be neo-Nazi in his spare time, has been giving away trade secrets to North Korea in exchange for smuggled in waifus. Microsoft rocketing at the news. Jesus Christ. Over 90% of the staff at OpenAI threatens to quit. Why does anybody give a flying fuck? OpenAI doesn't even make money. How high could T go in the next month or two? I don't know. I'd probably get back up to like its $16 to $18 range. It's been doing pretty good. Some resistance here at 1610, but then the next upside is like 1662. Um I think back to 18 over time is perfectly reasonable. I don't really plan on selling it anytime soon because the dividend yield is fucking awesome. But if it got back like into the 20s, I might close it out. I'm on board with JFresh. PE ratios don't matter anymore. There's too much money. No, they don't matter until they do, right? And PEs generally don't matter anyway. The AI bubble is being revived right now. They're trying, or I think they're just trying to protect it. Microsoft is rocketing because the OpenAI staff don't contribute in anything. The AI is generative, creating itself. Bullish. T+2 action on Fubo. Yeah, I already said Fubo looks good. It looks very decent for a test of 350 right now. Wouldn't Yen's price action start the unwinding of the carry trade? The carry trade's not gonna snap shut unless the BOJ uh, completely changes their policy on the 18th, which they might, right? Like it's we talked about that the other night. Strategically, it makes sense, right? Because the Ministry of Finance is no longer committing to open market action, and so in order to stabilize the value of their currency, they're going to need to control it with monetary policy, right? And that means a positive yield rate or positive funds rate. Right now, JGBs are just like there's short covering on JGBs. But when that ends, yen will start to go back up again or go back down again. I hate how everything in that is inversed. Which means for now they don't matter. But they could immediately matter, right? Like you're assuming a time frame in which they don't matter, but that could be an hour, that could be 3 months, right? If Nvidia shits the bed on earnings tomorrow, every PE in tech is going to contract. Bubbles are delicate, and the bigger they are, the easier it is for them to fail. Imagine we finish flat on the day. I don't think that'd be ridiculous. Flat, maybe not flat, but I could see us falling back to like 25. Looks like we've got the rejection at Gamma Max, but they'll probably just keep buying the call side on the pullbacks. Options are super fucking cheap, right? Back to the everything bubble. Yeah. Yeah. That's cool. If you don't buy puts at the top of August or July, you get another chance. Thank God bulls are stupid. Yeah, I could box them off, but I take a loss, right? I'm not a huge fan of. I'd rather just close them, I think, than box them. And then they're wide too, so boxing them's extra risky. I think I've changed my strat. That helped a lot. It resulted in 0 blown ports since Lily is actually looking at the RVSR return versus reward. I liked today, but it's like 5% of my port. Oh no, don't get over leveraged. Yeah, don't over leverage shit. Yeah, I got that. You could just write r/r, by the way. I thought I thought we were at the top at 4,400 and 4,500, and now we're hoping for 46. I mean, I'm not. I would prefer if the market didn't see 46. And so I'm still not sure that SPX can actually go above gamma max on the monthly. I'm I'm pretty sure that that's a dead stop. We've only ever tested it like the monthly gamma max once, but when we did, we immediately rejected 200 basis points. Monthly GM's 45.45 right now. It might move up today. We got some short calls that squeezed out, so that'll probably shift it around a little bit, especially if more weekly short calls come in out of the money. But all the short call selling, that's bulls going, "Oh, this is the top," and selling short calls broadly in the rest of the market. On SPX it's just short vol, but everywhere else like bulls are the ones selling Nvidia 500 covered calls, right? They're the ones selling Microsoft 380 covered calls. Like that's not bears, it's not vol shorts. What's gamma max on the monthly? I think it's like 4,600 something. Hold on, I'll check. 4638.89. And it's moving up, which isn't inherently bullish. And it has been moving up for like a few days now. Generally, as gamma max swings up, spot drops. What's gamma max on Nvidia? 526.11. Hmm. How are VIX and SPX going down together? What is this magic? Call selling? Maybe a little bit of it. Hmm. Yeah, I still don't want to buy a put here. What's up, man? Exit pump vibe is getting stronger. No, it means there was sufficient liquidity at and below spot in order to satisfy the $16 billion bid. Any longer dated put positioning building, or is it all just in the money calls still? And there's longer dated puts, but they're pretty much all sold. Right, most positions on SPX are sold, right? You usually won't see longer dated put positioning coming in until the downside starts to be confirmed, right? No one's just gonna buy it on the way up. Yeah, VIX just got hammered hard. Which is hilarious since VIX is dead. Well, it's not quite at its low for the day, but it's definitely pulling back down after. Well, all the short calls are squeezed out, right? So it should normalize. Isn't every position ever sold? Yes. Someone has to sell it. So position participants are expecting rates to get cut if they're buying the 20-year at lower rates. Yep. Do you think the uranium train left the station, or is a pullback likely? The only bear case I really have for uranium pulling back is China trims the number of nuclear reactors it has planned. Then I could see, like, then I could see a pullback in uranium. But right now, their economy is not that bad yet. It's bad, but it's not that bad. They need to build out the energy infrastructure, so. As far as SPX goes up on short calls getting squeezed, and then VIX goes up, and then SPX also goes up on VIX getting shorted. Yeah. Uranium's staying up because of nukes. No, it's not. SPX just goes up always. If that's a thesis that you think is true and actionable, bet on it, right? I'm gonna continue to be insufferable. I don't care. No. That's what I don't get. Everyone's so bullish, but nobody has any calls. I'm bearish and I have calls. What the fuck? Making those nuclear facilities takes time, and it would be beneficial to have a coal substitute to bridge the gap. That's why I also own BTU. Buying calls in this economy, I don't understand it. Everyone's like, the market's gonna rip, it's gonna go up forever, but nobody owns any fucking calls. Like, if you think that's true, it's already too late to buy more calls, right? Like 1 minute ago was when you should have started buying them if you think that's absolutely true. But nobody thinks that. Everyone's just pissed that we haven't set a top and started dropping. That's the reality. Is everyone's just overcompensating for puts getting burned by being extra bullish. I didn't say we can go higher than weekly GM. We went higher than weekly GM last week. If we were at 46.38, absolutely wouldn't buy any fucking calls. Promise that's not what I'm overcompensating for. You mentioned earlier that XTX has only ever touched the monthly GM but rejected off of it, right? No, it's crossed the monthly GM and it fell below it. The last time it happened was in July and then last week. Right now we're at it. Watch us end 43.30 today. Pickle Jar's still angry because they bought 45.25. And you'll ask how people didn't make money. I already know how people didn't make money today. We opened above 4,500, which I said was inherently bullish, and then they bought puts. Because I don't think anybody listens to anything I say half the time. Or they just like do it conveniently when it favors their bias. Let's put in the daily doji today. This would have to pull back real far. Diamond Top broke up. It never even failed. Would you roll IWM puts forward, or is the thesis invalidated? I don't think I'm going to move them at all. Hmm. I don't know. It's still kind of just chopping at my risk level. It broke a little bit above it earlier today, but only like 30 cents. Right now it's just sitting at it. I might add to it. Yeah, if I were gonna add to it, I would roll it forward. But I would confirm 78 first before I added to it. So I'd already want to see some breakdown before adding any positioning. We'll listen to what we want to listen to. Seriously though, like how does everyone get burned on this? Is there something I need to say differently? Is there something here that's confusing? I think it'd be helpful if you posted it before 2:33 p.m. during market hours. You're not even a billionaire. How do you know what time I posted it at? Great shaming. I was fucking drunk when I wrote this. Also, read it in the fucking morning before the market opens. You think I enjoy staying up till 3 fucking a.m. in order to and writing shit for 2 hours? So I can try to provide the most accurate assessment of the following day? No, I like staying up to 3 a.m. and watching the markets and coming to conclusions, but I don't like writing about it. CTA triggers are pretty flat. When I was a billionaire, I only got weekly DDs. Things evolve. You should just stream at midnight so you don't have to write anything. Ooh. But then I wouldn't get to spend 2 hours pontificating about USD JPY. Everybody always over leverages SLD. I don't know what the fuck is it with you guys and SLD and OPEX and full porting into them. Isn't that like the peak of like historic price action? Does not guarantee future returns. Like, why would you treat any SLD different from another one? Make a double dillionaire subscriber level for midnight streaming. But then I still have to do the write up, so then I have to do a stream and the write up. We like the simple concepts that aren't actually simple and cost us everything. They're not simple at all. I've been getting hired by Microsoft plus 500 engineers of OpenAI threatening to quit. I don't understand how this is important at all. Like Microsoft gets to buy OpenAI for the price of 500 engineers. Ever since that guy made 7 million on OPEX here, everyone is chasing that high. I mean, he bought at the bottom, and then the thing he wanted to happen happened, and it happened a lot, right? I'm pretty sure that everyone that bought into March OPEX made some money. It was pretty fucking hard not to, right? But that's a product of, being well positioned and then having things occur to an extreme, right? And if you blow up your fucking account, you lose the opportunity to be well positioned. And that's why you employ risk management. April SLD was my best SLD, 60k win. It wasn't even that good of an SLD. One time you said, "Don't waste your opportunity," and that stuck with me. That sounds like hedgy talk. I mean, with 90 minutes left, you think we can touch 45, 25, 30 today? No, why do you want to bet on that? Like, how much is a 45, 45? Like, if you're gonna bet on the put side, it's fucking $1.50. 45 25s are 10 cents. So would you rather burn $10 or maybe turn $1.50 into $3? I got lucky. I mean, I don't believe in that, right? You were prepared. The thing you wanted to happen happened. You made money on it, right? Preparation, opportunity, all of that. Do you know any hedge funds that have hedgehogs for mascots? We hedge full hogs. You don't have to. If they get 4450 before power hour, that could be good for more ops. It could trigger more squeezes, yeah. At what point do puts get cheap enough for them to not want to take on more risk? Ah, now you're getting to the nuts and bolts of it. At some point, right? There's diminishing returns in selling puts in those quantities. At 452 puts on SPY that are dead from the auction earlier. That's why I'm asking about 4530. No stops on those going into the auction. That seemed like a bad idea, I guess. Your chances are slim. Slim to none. Does this not look like an end of day pump setup? Looks like we might test 50. There's no particular setup for end of day pumps. They just buy a fuck ton of 0 DTE calls all at once, and then it pumps into the end of the day. But there's nothing like prearranged for that to happen. They just dump 0 DTE calls onto the market in giant block orders, and they buy every fucking out of the money call strike, and it happens in seconds. God damn it, Carl. Is there even a lot left for upside weighted plays? Would a swing trader just wait at this point for the rejection? Yeah. You wouldn't just wait for the rejection. You would wait for the rejection and a confirmation. I'm gonna top tick this motherfucking market if it's the last thing I do. As someone who also wants to top tick it, let me tell you, it can be an expensive endeavor. That puts, I calls for the weekend. Calls printed instead of blowing my port. I closed everything with small losses. Be like me. Nice, man. Just chiming in as somebody who didn't buy puts today, but also someone who's confused by the upside after reading your daily DD. I expected an upside move to stall out at 45.25, not 45.35 pre-auction. 45.25 was the cap last night, but then we got more calls today, right? That happens in the intraday. Positioning moves. Nothing's ever stagnant, right? So like any analysis is always a snapshot. Now 45.25 is a resistance, right? And then so when we approach 45.25, as we did earlier today, you can set stops, right? And then as we move back to 45.25 again, you can re-enter long positions, set stops, and see if it breaks. If it breaks, then you can set stops again at the next resistance, right? And see what happens from there. And then it keeps moving higher. You keep moving your stops up. Did you cut puts today? Is this a joke? No, I still have short positions. I have calls too, though, but I'm not joking about anything. I'm pretty serious. I mean, I fucking told everyone last night if we opened above 4,500, we were gonna go up, right? I was as fucking clear as I could be. I don't know what else you want. I can't manage your port for you. Is Tesla's never even gotten an entry. Oh, you're just asking when the entry is gonna show up? I mean, right now the entry's still $8 out of the money. If it falls and fails 28, then that's a good entry. I was so proud of myself for top ticking the market at 10:07 a.m. this morning. It was a good exit. I mean, you don't know that they're gonna buy more out of the money calls. There's no fucking guarantee of that, right? Just because it happens and in hindsight it's super bullish doesn't mean that that positioning was there when we tested 45.25 and got rejected the first time, right? Everyone's like living in the past with their fucking trades. When is a good entry for cat calls again? I don't really like the setups. It's been hung up at like 250 for like a week now. You could like scalp it, but I don't think there's like a good setup for a big move on it. That's why I got out of it on the long side already. Saying you wrote it up for everyone. Are you talking about the Dillionaires DD? Yeah. I'm not fucking writing it up for both. Jesus Christ, it takes like fucking 5 hours of my day. No, not 200p. Jesus fucking Christ. The range is like 217. Really, it's like 221. Maybe it hits 217. Stop shorting an upside move, Carl. Did you cut the IWM puts? Actually, no. IWM's really not up very much today. No. God damn it. No, IWM's still kind of just at my risk level. It's exceeded it by a few cents, which I don't really care about. Like right now it's like 20 cents above my risk, which is fine. But if it falls, I'll probably roll and add to the position at 178. I don't have a ton of it left, right? Like the initial position was RTY and IWM, and then I got stopped out of the RTY pretty much right away when we fell. The next day, the IWM I still have, but I only have like 5 contracts. So yeah, I'll probably roll it out and add to it. I don't think breadth is particularly getting stronger here. So, I mean, RSP's up like 50 BPS today, and ES and NQ's up 125, right? So this is still like just driven by Mag 7 tech. Where's the upside liquidity coming from to stabilize this? Squeezing short calls. As soon as I buy calls, the top is going to be confirmed. Buy both. And then if the top's confirmed, cut the calls and let the puts print, right? $5 down challenge, difficulty level impossible. I feel like you guys haven't been through a lot of bull markets, but this behavior isn't natural for them. Bull markets are usually pretty boring. They're like, you know, plus you get like plus 30, 20, 30 BPS a day. Sometimes you get a little bit more, a little bit less. This shit's insane. I mean, you guys wonder when the top is gonna be, but look at all of you. None of you, not one of you wants to buy a fucking call, right? That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. It's because the market's overbought and it feels unsafe to buy calls, right? Overbought isn't a thing. Tell that to people who bought the top of July. No problem, Nuke. The market is greedy. Well, we are fearful. I mean, I'm not really afraid. I think the market's just greedy, right? But yeah, don't be, right? Like, just if you bought, like, okay, if you're afraid of going long, if you bought a call here and you set a stop, right? What's the worst outcome? Like, it blows my mind that people would rather take like a $8 drawdown than 8 $1 drawdowns. And people are already capitulating on the whole "this has got to top somewhere" idea, right? That's usually where the actual top happens. Once everybody's on the wrong side of the trade. Would 45.50 be a good point to straddle for a few days out if we get back to 45.50? Ugh. Everyone's trying to play mean reversion on a trend. Don't do that. I bought a 180C IWM Gen 2024. Nice. Trying to teach us stuff when we're hurting. That's usually the time when people actually listen. Like, how many like 300 basis point moves to the downside have I been like, oh, don't forget to take profits. Taking profits is great. Everyone's really up right now, and then nobody takes any fucking profits. But then afterwards, after everyone's gotten burned, not taking profits, and I'm like, you guys really should have fucking taken profits. They're like, okay, I'm definitely gonna take profits next time. And then when the next time comes up, it's annoying that it has to be learned the hard way, but it does seem that it needs to be. Never ruled to never listen with tears in my eyes. I want to call bullshit on this trend. Well, you and everyone else who bought puts today, right? Was 4,600 on the table this week? Tough. Positioning will have to move around a lot. It may today, breaking higher. I've been doing it the hard way for 4 to 5 years, but I'm getting better. I think I'm just having trouble rationalizing the VOP. You don't need to, right? It's all derivative driven and synthetic, right? It's just gonna continue until it burns itself out on its own entropy, right? It's like that's it, right? Like there is no alternative choice. Think of it that way. The bulls won't stop until they fucking cannot get it any higher. Bears are just off in a corner dead. I mean, bears just aren't doing anything, right? Like there's nothing to do here. If you're like a net short fund, you already got fucking, you either took profits or got squeezed out at the bottom, right? And then you're just not gonna fucking touch this until it cools off, right? I'm not hurting. I didn't get hurt because I learned in May and June. I'm just waiting, but I'm a bit itchy. I'm getting itchy. Yeah. There's nothing past Gamma Max on the weekly, right? But on the monthly contracts, there is. So there is range past the weekly Gamma Max. They're not the same. It's harder. It's just way grindier. I mean, look what happened last week after we hit Gamma Max. We just sat there, right? Is it going to be really awkward for anyone who bought today's auction if JPAD doesn't cut in December? They're not expecting him to cut in December. They're expecting him to cut in like May of 24 right now. It'll be really awkward if he raises rates in December though. And he's not the only thing that drives term premiums, right? Like you know, Yellen's like fiscal Yellen's deficit spending is you know, also going to be a driver of those rates as well, as is currency and currency pairs. I mean, theoretically at this point JPAD doesn't have to do anything, right? Japan's already forced into action, so he can just wait for them because they have to capitulate. Otherwise their inflation will rocket, and they can benefit from some positive inflation, right? Because the nature of their culture and economy is deflationary anyway. People tend to save a lot more money. The population's aging, right? So they already have a lot of intrinsic deflationary factors, right? And so Japan can withstand some amount of inflation, probably higher than most other countries, but the problem with that is inflation can accelerate very, very quickly once it gets past, you know, certain breakpoints. and they can't take that risk, right? Like they would love to have 6% inflation, trimmed down over 20 years, right? But they don't want like 13% inflation. Bears watching bulls play with each other's winkies. It's gonna be really awkward for anyone who bought today's auction. Traders are just in the market sidecar. You're going wherever it takes you, like it or not. Yep. I mean, just take a second, even before you enter something, and think about if it's really bullish or really bearish, right? Try to like take a moment to just strip away your assumption. Contradict yourself. This might be a dumb question. Might be. But wouldn't it sort of be obvious for bears to truly wait to pounce on a position if the upside takes a long time to play out, while the downside is rapid and violent? Yeah. I mean, that's generally what like bears like SPX bears, although there aren't a lot of true ones. But there are some people who only play the downside on indexes. Um, they usually wait. They confirm and then they leverage to the tits, uh, and start taking profits immediately. Burry's a bear, right? Look at his positioning and look at how he buys into market corrections and stuff, right? If JPOW waits and does nothing, wouldn't the market take it as bullish? So ups. So what happens at the next Fed meeting isn't really about JPOW waiting. It's not really about a pause or a hike. What matters is the projections of the Fed, right? Is the Fed going to project out longer than the market's assumption? The healthcare CPI print was the last straw for me. Yeah, that was some bullshit. So full port puts 5 minutes for her FOMC meetings and disregard everything you've said for the last 30 minutes. No, because FOMC meetings aren't they're binary, right? They can go either way, so you can't just full port one direction. Um, how could I demonstrate that by using my shirt? You want us to think first fatal mistake. So no pullback matters till 4,500. Not even just 4,500, right? 4,500 is just the start. That's where you're like, okay, this might be getting bearish, right? Then you have to confirm it at 43.93, 43.85. You have to keep confirming every level. It puts at 45.05 for Wednesday. The charm falling off and SLD, all they did was bleed. At what point should I have cut? What is right exit for loss to theta and small repeated ups? It puts at 44.05 for Wednesday from the charm falling off and SLD. Friday or this morning? Like the market opened up this morning, right? That was the first really big clue that they were just going to buy the shit out of the dip, right? And that the deleveraging of the delta wasn't going to matter, was we didn't open below 4,500. That's why I put emphasis on opening below 4,500 last night, because it was really important. And the thing is last night we were only like 15 BPS from that mark, right? So very easily by this morning we could have fallen below it, and you know, had those positions falling off, had the bearish effect that they generally do, then yeah, we would have opened under 4,500, and then you could have started to confirm downside. But the fact that we opened above it was the first big clue that we weren't going to go down. No, but you have to manage them, Effin. If you're just holding them, right, and doing nothing with them, just waiting for your thing to happen, then and the market keeps moving against you, that's fine if the market's flat. But you have to do something if the market's moving against you. You can't just do nothing. You have to take action. Even if it means you bought 4,500 puts at 45.25 and you bought a couple like 45.55 puts in case you were just or calls in case you were just way wrong, right? Right now those would be up, right? And you would have made money. Or at least you would have, you know, and a fraction of the cost of your put. I sold puts against them, but I guess I need to do more. Well, that's a start, but did you turn them into credit spreads or did you turn them into debit spreads? I drank way too much Ovaltine for this. I kind of want some December 15 puts. I've learned nothing. God damn it, Carl. Because the downside doesn't last long. And it's rarely rarely do downside moves have large continuations, right? You need a lot of things for downside price action to continue. You need to be like, you know, you need to be under GN, right, which increases volatility, and then you need to be under DN, which means that the market maker is actively shorting as the market moves down, right? Not only on short dated options but long dated options as well, right? And then below that, you can charm can move negative, right? And then you have the market maker actively selling both the up and downside, right? And these are the stages at which you get, really bearish price action. And over time, these values will move closer and closer to spot, right? As price in the index moves up, these will follow suit, right? And then when price falls, there's really not a lot of range until those levels are crossed. But if you're trying to short here when everything's positive and the market maker is buying every dip, right? You're taking on a ton of risk because we're in a positive gamma environment, right? Which means that downside is purchased by the market maker. So they buy weakness and they sell strength. So it makes the upside grindy and the downside also grindy. and this is the range in which volatility reduces because you don't have big violent moves. Now the fact that we are having these violent moves, that's pushing realized volatility away from implied volatility. And if you create too much spread there, you create like this massive arbitrage opportunity. My problem is the delta. I have theta till December. So I mean, it seems like you need to prevent additional losses, right? Even if you're not confident, right? At least some protection, right? You don't have to 10x on the upside move, but you do need to pay for your puts. Right, so we're trading at 45.15. We know potentially we can move up to like 45.25, or we could hit 4,500 and break down, right? So we have two outcomes we're looking at from this price point. And you think it's going to break down, so you buy a put. Right? And say, you've got say that puts like $25 or whatever. You get a little bit of theta on it. Now, if the market starts moving against you and we test like 45.20, you're gonna start losing delta on that, right? Because you bought so close to the money. And you're gonna need to hedge that delta. So, and you're already wrong, right? But you wanna stay in your position. You don't want to cut it. I mean, the option to cut is here, right? You can just cut it, you take your $20 and you walk away. Or, you can buy like the 45.35, right? Or well, you can buy the 45.25. So say you buy this strike and then it moves up again, but you still think your put's right, so you're holding on to it. Right? And as this falls and you can start to reconfirm your put, you can cut the call. If it keeps going up, that difference is going to continue to be hedged on the upside. And if it goes up more than $25 like it did today, you've paid for your put. Now you've got a put that's bought and paid for, right? It's hedged off. If it goes in the money, awesome. If it doesn't, you don't care because you're not down any capital holding the position. The other way to do that, is you've got like 45.15 and 4,500 or 45.25 is you can buy the 4,500, right? And then you can buy like at the same time you can buy like the 43.40, right? And if the price starts to break 25, then you could buy you could pick up another like 45. 40, you can pick up another like 45.30, right? Or you could pick up a 45.50. Right? And that way you can increase your leverage and then you can cut your put as you start to realize these. Right? And then, if a new top is found and it starts to break down, you can re-enter your put here and set a stop, right? And that way, if it continues to break down, you make a bunch of money. You got your put back for cheaper. You hedged off the loss. You made a little bit of money on the upside. Like everything's fucking rosy, right? Yeah, 45.50C were 50 cents 2 hours ago. You're right. They were cheaper. They were 35 cents at one point. But think about your positions dynamically. Don't just Don't just assume that the thing you want is going to happen, right? And you know, I know I love that you guys give me so much credit for my analysis, and you know, I put a lot of effort into it. I try to give you the most probable outcome in any scenario. But the market is dynamic and it is chaotic, and predictions on it change the outcome of it, right? But if I were to say right now we're gonna drop to 45.40, just me saying that changes the probability of that outcome. Do you understand that? The classic double slit market mechanic. Yeah. Yeah, right, Turd? When me and Gaff had Rev weeklies, it was a sure thing, and they were going to 10x. And then you bought weeklies, and then it wasn't. It's chaotic. It's a chaotic system. The fact that like me and Dork and JFresh even approach the accuracy that we do hit, you know, pretty regularly is insane, right? Most traders are operating off of like a 30 to 50% win rate. Right? They're using like MAs and fucking RSI. So protecting your position is always more important despite what should happen. Yes. Protecting your money is more important. The position doesn't matter, right? Like you can always open another position. You can always do something different. It's about being able to maintain your capital so you can continue exposing yourself to risk. If you're right 1 in 10 times, right? Like if you're right a lot, like 100% win when you're right, then you need to, you know, you need to allocate your risk accordingly. Does today change your opinion on a pullback this week? Yeah. I mean, we're running like fucking crazy right now. It's been kind of shit since we hit 45.50, but I'm only saying that because I have 45.50s. It's really just about living to fight another day. You can't keep playing if you're dead broke. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not just that. It's that, you know, sometimes your returns are insane. Like sometimes you'll buy a 0 DTE and, you know, it's gonna print 500, 600, 1,000%, right? You're gonna 5, 6, 10 exit. Um and that's awesome, right? When that happens, that's super cool. But most don't, right? The You try to make sure that the majority aren't losers, but the majority of winners are like 20 to 50% on options, right? And not underlying. And you know, the worst part is people are realizing that profitability constantly. Right? There's all kinds of people today who have puts last week that were up at one point. If you get that 5 to 10x that 0 DTE, can we do that now? I mean, yeah. I really don't want to fuck with this. This has gotten kind of extreme. We'll probably pull back to the 50 level, but it's a risky bet. And I mean, I have stops on the calls, but I'm not sure I want to buy a put there. And the upside's kind of awkward too. Could this also be a pump to de-risk for tomorrow's minutes, or it's not going to matter that much? Well, there's a bunch of things. There's the minutes, there's NVIDIA earnings, which are far more impactful than they should be because of where they fall, right? They're all the way at the end of the earnings season. It's almost like trillions and seasonal flows pump the market. Seasonality kind of breaks down depending on the time frame you're looking at. There is effect from seasonality. I don't think it's not real, but I think it's a little bit more dynamic than the assumption. I had a 45.35 in pre-market. It took profit at resistance, repositioned at 45.45, 45.50 when it didn't break down. 50 to 7 on the 50. Small gain on the 45 because I mistyped my stop. Nice. The OPEC meeting, I believe, is on the 28th of November, where they'll decide on more rate cuts. Obviously, oil's rising in response to the assumption that they're going to cut rates, right? NVIDIA earnings scares me. Why? Should I buy a ton of March 3800Ps and go to bed? I mean, really what you're betting on there, though, is just that, like, volatility rises, right? And no, you should scale into them as volatility declines. Because if you buy them all now and vol drops to, like, 11, you're going to be really pissed. If you're really super duper bearish and you think that this is like a risk off and you're gonna gobble up all of the tinfoil, right? And presume that this market action is driven by short squeezing and recalled shares, and it's all gonna collapse after it peaks. Then you would wait until it starts to collapse, right? I don't think that's a reasonable assumption. I know, but that's what you should do, right? Like you'd be excited that the bulls are blowing it out so hard because the higher they pump it, the more it's gonna fall, right? The market's fully controlled by DRS flows. Is there a different viable scenario? Like, how does one explain this pump without it being a market-wide short squeeze leading to tinfoil? I mean, it was a market-wide short squeeze that occurred. There's still some residual squeezing going on, but the majority of positions have already been squeezed out, right? There's not a lot of gas. You know, everyone's freaking out that we're up 80 BPS or whatever, but that's really nothing compared to the prior weeks, right? Um and even this has run out of gas pretty fast. And you know, so there's no question that a short squeeze occurred, right? Like it's really obvious. The data backs it up. But the question now is how long are they going to try to continue to find liquidity at the top? And if they can keep getting bullish news, right, and or news just isn't that bad, then more and more and more liquidity will flow in, right, and that sustains the positioning. Siri calls are kind of just a mess unless they go in the money, CML. We had good news? Not really, no. um, which is all the more exciting, right? If everyone's pumping into bad news. The 20-year came in a little below spot, so there's some liquidity. There was some liquidity today for the 20-year. That's all that really tells you, right? I'm gonna start DCing into December 15 out of the money puts tomorrow, and I'll hedge them with 1 to 2 DTE calls. That's usually what I do. December 15 might not be long enough though, Carl. The FOMC meeting isn't until the 13th, and if they're gonna keep pumping through SLD, I would assume that they'll keep pumping through FOMC until FOMC at least, right? Because that's the only thing that can really shift their narrative. I mean, PCE might a little, but no one ever pays attention to it. Japan could, but their decision's even later. So no pullback for SLD. Yeah, it means you want more theta. I mean, we know that pullbacks for SLD are very common, right? And so, you know, I think there's information in the fact that we didn't get one. If you look at the last like 20 SLDs, 30 SLDs, the average is a pullback, um, and usually a pretty significant one, like a couple hundred basis points. And so when you don't get one, in the very very rare instance that you don't get a pullback during SLD, I think that's pretty telling, right? But don't over leverage every SLD, right? Like get some puts, but protect yourself. Everyone always does. I mean, last year everyone would fucking full port Friday puts, right? That was the big thing. And then we might not drop till Monday morning, and then all their fucking puts would be blown up. And now it's like this year, everyone's leveraging the right week, but they're over leveraging it like SLD is some sort of guaranteed return, and it's not. I mean, there's an effect of
margin demand forcing the sale of equities, right? And forcing, cash to be pulled from the market. But if there's no margin demand, right? Like right now we're very far away from all of the big Vega risk and stuff. Then it's unlikely that we see a lot of selling, right? And that's because the upside is leverage, but it's only leveraged in the near term, so there's not a lot of margin to be carried on the upside. In 2021, you saw the market pull back on every SLD because the upside was massively leveraged and margin was needed to sustain that positioning, and so you'd get sell-offs. You'd also had like a much bigger effect from OPEX, right? Because positioning was more evenly distributed. You had bulls and bears, right? And it was, the put side would come in and take advantage of the OPEX period. And we don't really have that right now, right? We have sold calls and we have sold puts, and then we have some zero DTE call buying, and that's about it. So we have vol being crushed from both sides and people trying to buy calls to squeeze out the upside. Why are bears still believing that the economy has no chance to recover properly at this point? And at some point, you have to take a step back and reevaluate. I've taken plenty of steps back and reevaluated plenty of times. Why are you convinced that the economy is recovering? Deficit spending is going to continue. It's going to continue to drive credit spreads. Central banks aren't buying. I mean, the only actual bull case is that the Fed cuts rates. And historically, when has the Fed cutting rates ever been bullish and not just immediately led to a recession? So you're saying this is the one time a central bank gets it right? And that's not just the US, that's central banks all over the world. So right now, the entire bull case hinges on our growth continuing upwards, right? Uh, Continued liquidity in the corporate bond market, and the Fed cutting rates so that those companies can in the future issue debt at lower rates. But none of that matches the reality, right? I mean, earnings are declining. How do you make a bull case out of that? Companies are earning less and less. Their projections are coming down, and the only way their projections pick up is if productivity explodes. There's no workforce to ensure that'll happen. So you're relying on artificial intelligence, chatbots, to double American productivity over the next year. It's absurd. I mean, the technology's in its infancy, and the entire industry was almost upset by one CEO losing his fucking position. Meanwhile, all of that profitability is already priced in. So where's the growth? I mean, Nvidia's got 10 years of its earnings priced into its current share price. You want to go long? So the only case for the bulls is that inflation continues upwards. Inflation driving further growth. I mean, it's just bullshit, right? Have we talked about Jimmy being shorted today? You're the only person who cares, man. The VIX goes far under 13. I'm getting so much Vega. That was really good the last time, yeah. Same. I picked up a bunch last Friday. Today broke me a bit, Gherk. Why? Is this anything stupid, like worse than what you've seen before? This whole macro was written in reminiscences of a stock operator. He wrote about how he didn't factor in how banks had to sell off their holdings before the Depression, and they spun a narrative. Yep. And AI is that narrative, right? And everyone's gobbling it up. Does anybody find it weird that, like, Jamie Dimon keeps telling everybody that rates need to go to 6 or 7% to cool inflation? And then you've got, B of A and Citibank and like Wells telling everybody that inflation's solved. Like, and they're two diametrically opposed positions, right? And that's, these guys are the most informed people in all of the financial world. I got stopped out of my call hedge early. It feels like we're just gonna chop here. Yeah, I'm a little hesitant to buy any more upside protection, but I have some 4550s that I bought already. I'll probably turn them into a straddle overnight. Or well, kind of a straddle. Guts. It's wild how timeless all of this is. Yeah. Well, people tend to do the same shit over and over again. Blah. I don't know, shake it off. Go for a run. Punch a pillow. I think JPM will pressure this down when the time. Why? Because of the collar? They don't give a shit. They just hedge it. $1 trillion industry inflationary tailwind coming at the start of the year. People forget healthcare is adjusted once a year. Yeah, no, I agree. The new weighting for healthcare on CPI is going to be an inflationary pressure moving forward. I wrote about that a couple weeks ago, but the problem is the current weighting of it is an unreliable portrayal of where inflationary pressure stands, right? So we got weighted against the prior 2 year average, and until we have the coming year average, we're not going to see a change. But yeah, I mean, like projections in healthcare services are like 46 points higher for 2024. JPM is hedging. They're the one buying the feuds. JPM rolls collar high. The next cycle will be bearish. Well, it depends. There's still a lot of this cycle left for us to end up back below the collar and for the collar to roll down. I don't think I'm the only one that cares about GME. Dude, XRT is still on Reg Show. You knew Friday what was going to happen today, right? If you want a little copium, liquidity is getting slightly tighter, but not a lot tighter. How's tomorrow's OI? I haven't got a chance to look at it yet. I've been talking everyone down from their cliffs. Give me a second. Two X and 1124 bull call spread. Took profits once we started sidewaysing here near end of day. Nice. We're nearly at GM for QQQ. Getting close. Talk the SPX down off a cliff, not us. Let's see, 1121. It's a little bit of out of the money interest at 70 and 75. I'm not sure if that's bought or sold. Call positioning from 50 to 75 is really weak. Defense at 4,500. And then positioning kind of collapses there into the collar. And there's a little defense of 4,500. So at least for now, 4450, 4550, or 4550, 4540, kind of the range we're most likely to end up in. If overnight and tomorrow we see an increase in call interest at 55, 60, and 65, then maybe. And right now that's also true for the longer dated interest as well. So 50 is kind of the pivot point there. Actually, on the longer time frame, the downside from 50 doesn't look all that hot either. Getting a lot of concentration in puts around 4,400. I think we're getting like kind of a concentration of sold puts between 4,480 and 4,495, 4,500 too. But yeah, tomorrow's I don't know if they're bought or sold, but there's a lot of 70 and 75 calls tomorrow. I'll see where Gamma Max ends up on the weekly today. If they're being sold after close today, if they're being sold out above Gamma Max, or if they're about out above Gamma Max, they might be sold. If they're below it, like if Gamma Max moves up to like 45.80 or something like that, then they might be bought. But I'll look later and look at the IVs and stuff. I was looking for liquidity. I thought it was going to be a lot tighter. I got CCs out, so I don't care much right now. Earnings will be lit. All right. If the SPX is on a cliff, I'm telling it to do a flip. Oh. The 5 minute here looks kind of bearish. So this might be an opportunity to play that 50 or 40 or 45 level. Might not be enough time left though. I think there's a pretty good chance we pull back to 45.55 or 45.50 by the end of the day here. That's pretty risky, but yeah, there's a slim chance. It's going to be listed in the FOMC minutes. I mean, mostly just their opinions and assessments, right? There's no dot plot for the last meeting, so I think it'll be less impactful, but it may reaffirm hawkishness that you know wasn't really wasn't really spun well, right? I don't think it's enough to really substantially do any damage to our current price, but it's probably not going to be super dovish. No problem, hamburger helper. Netflix up $120 in 6 weeks. It's obviously not rational, right? When you buy overnight straddles, are you out of them the next day? I try to be, yeah. If I can, I am. If not, they have to be managed a little bit more, but usually, yeah. Can you explain why 99% of the pickles picks make money? I don't know if it's that high. I would say it's probably 80-ish, mid 80s, but I picked the 1%. Which one did you pick? Because I don't think either one got an entry today. Did Airbnb hit its entry? I didn't enter it, but oops. Airbnb opened above risk. Yeah, I actually I'm still waiting on the Airbnb one, but Tesla didn't hit. It's never traded in the buy-in range. Nvidia last week? Oh, that was immediately fucked. Yeah, that one was shitty. I should have. I mean, I was in it too, and I should have just cut it when it was up. I got kind of distracted with something else, but IWM printed super hard last week. I know, because I closed like half of it. Is this the bearish confirmation? Full port puts. Oh wait, 4,500, not 4,550. You don't need to full port anything, right? Putting risk entries into the play was super. I've always put risk into the plays. I tried to define it a little bit more this time, but there's only so much I can do there, right? Because everyone has different risk tolerance. Yeah, well, more importantly, there's really not a lot left to squeeze out. Like today kind of squeezed out the rest of the shorter dated calls. So if minutes reaffirm higher for longer, they will. Yeah, that meeting was still very much about higher for longer. More interestingly, the next meeting only has one really good inflation print and three really bad ones for the dot plot, and that's going to be kind of interesting because I think the dot plot isn't going to be as bullish as people are expecting. I think the Fed funds futures is definitely mispriced the length to which JPOW is willing to hold rates higher. And don't forget that as inflation comes down, and this is something that bulls seem to not understand, or at least like the FinTwit ones, as inflation comes down, the effective federal funds rate increases, right? And credit gets tighter and tighter. And this is why the Fed tends to overshoot because you need to keep rates high to get inflation down, but once inflation starts coming down, then you're immediately over tightening. And every single iteration of a Fed tightening cycle, bulls have presumed that the Fed wouldn't over tighten, and they did. One second. I gotta ask. The Fed staff, like their staff economists and everything, make it. It's revised every quarter. Hmm. I told everyone that we'd probably close around 45, 45.50 or 45.45. Right? Did I say that? I said that, right? Okay, I did. Did anybody pick up zero DTs? There you go. Pickle jar ports refilled, right? I'm still trying to fucking stop out of mine. Hold on. Okay, I'm out. Yeah, I'm not gonna risk it dropping more. No, gotta wait for the cash to clear. Nice, Willem. Well done, man. What a bullshit day. Well, at least we fell back below, or fell back to Gamma Max. Fubo, I think Fubo still looks pretty good. I mean, I really like that it's above 3. Even more than that, I like that it's held above 325. Be careful with 50. It could reject. I'm supposed to sell some covered calls on it today at 3. Should I? I might wait. No, I'll sell some. Let's do like 30 DT. This is the worst Volmageddon. Yeah. On a 100 BPS down day, then I need blood in these streets for my health. Please remind everyone that this breakdown not going below 4,500 is bullish. Yeah, we haven't even broken through the JPM collar yet. This isn't bearish at all. This is mostly just a mean reversion at the end of the day, right? Because we were so blown out. Siri to 7 tomorrow? Maybe. Yeah, we might see more covering on Siri tomorrow. I don't know if 7, but maybe like 550. That's a 10% move, right? Vic's got the shit beat out of it today. What a stupid fucking day, Dork. Nice profit. Stress continues its uptrends. I like that. Yeah, it's been doing well. I'm pretty happy. I'm back above my cost basis, which is awesome. Makes holding it a lot easier. Although I really wish I could sell fucking covered calls on it. I'm hoping after they get their price back up that they'll start to do some share issuance and open up the float a little bit more and encourage an options chain to open up. No problem, Coop Dag. Ding ding. Yep. Oh, where does today leave us? I mean, roughly at Gamma Max on the weekly side of the chain. A little bit above kind of the peak of our upside range here, and that you know that kind of took some squeezing, right? You know, we've got 45 was our Gamma Max going into today. It's probably moved up a little, but maybe not a lot. Last week we were in a similar situation where we kind of pushed through Gamma Max like down here, right? And then Gamma Max, you know, rose up over the next 2 days until we got to here, right? But after we tested and broke Gamma Max, there's very little upside price movement, and so we're kind of in that same situation again. We've squeezed out all the calls that were kind of nestling in the JPM collars upside range. And now to squeeze out additional calls, we really need to go like up above 4,600. There's really not a lot left there, and so this range is going to be really tricky for bulls. There's not going to be a lot of liquidity. There's going to be nothing to squeeze. So they're either going to have to sell the shit out of VIX, which they tried to do at the end of today to no avail, um, or they're going to have to let the market fall and convince call sellers to come back in, and that probably won't happen in any significant way till after Nvidia's earnings. Um, the futures drop is kind of holding up, and after market close a little bit here. A failure here. A failure here back down under the 35 level of matter, but we're out of this trading range, so this is gonna get adjusted in tonight's DD. It's I know it's been a while. We've been stuck in this range for a week, but yeah, this is pretty good confirmation that we're now in a higher range. So we're going to be looking at 45.75 on the bull side, 45.50 on the bear side, right? And our neutral range is going to kind of be set in that $25 period there. Dixie down 32 basis points today. Yields also down at the top end of the curve pretty substantially after the auction. We saw yields tank pretty hard. Correlation, however, on both the 3 month has flattened out, and correlation on the 1 month has turned up, which could mean that we're seeing reduced demand and volatility in equities, and we're seeing increased demand and volatility on SPX. So we'll see how that plays out, but we did see skew kind of spike at the end of last week, and as this comes down and correlation comes up, as far as volatility is concerned, that's pretty bearish, right? That's usually going to lead to equities dropping because volatility is going to increase. So we already see some taking advantage of that really cheap pricing of tail risk hedging. Bond vol looks like it's up today, and that may be some of what's pressuring correlation. They did manage to get the convexity of volatility down a little bit, but they didn't make any super substantial changes to the yield curve, right? So this may be kind of the low here. It's only recently pushed down to more extreme levels briefly, right? So that negative 10% forward yield seems to be about where it kind of gets hung up. So I'll be watching that. Yeah, I mean, VIX. So today pushed correlation between futures and spot even further than last week. We're now, what is that? So almost negative 11%. So that's getting pretty blown out too. Although volatility, so VVIX correlation fell today, and that's kind of interesting too. When VIX becomes when VIX futures become less correlated with the volatility on VIX tends to rise a bit. Do we see 45.50 before December 15th? Or should I cut those puts? I don't think 45.50 is out of the question, but you need to do something to manage them. Right? They're kind of right on the fringe of price action. I mean, for all we know, this could start to collapse tonight, right? Or over the next couple days with the FOMC minutes and NVIDIA earnings. So I still think there's a good, I'm still holding 4,500 puts. I'm still holding some 45.50 puts. Mine aren't, even as far out as yours, but I'm also, I'm trying to hedge off that risk with intraday calls, right, as the market moves up. And if I get a runner, like I got a couple runners on the upside today, that just hedges off the whole cost of the put, right? And then, I'm still losing value on the put, but I haven't lost any capital, right? So try to do that if your position's moving against you. Just buy the opposing position and ride it out until and then you can cut and re-enter, right? And you can shave off risk. Yeah, small cap value is kind of interesting. It's a small part of the Russell 2K and a very small part of breadth, but I do expect that small cap value will perform better and better as recession fears increase, right? Small cap and cash flows really tend to benefit from a pullback in the broader economy and growth. Is there a part where you think that this can be the top area? I mean, the amount of money they have to keep pumping is an unknown, right? So, I mean, I don't, I think they kind of blew out a lot of the liquidity today and we dropped, right? Which, we kind of dropped into the end of the day. We might drop even more tomorrow, but for anything to really turn bearish, we still need to lose those key levels, right? Well, you have to assume that their capital is unlimited because you can't really make any other accurate assumption. Is there a part of you that thinks this can be the top area? I didn't think we would break above last week's range, but here we are. I can't imagine 4,600. I can't without a more significant pullback because liquidity needs to come in. I mean, don't get me wrong. I still think if we get a pullback, there's a very good chance that we stabilize, above gamma neutral, and then more call interest comes back in, and put selling readjusts, and we get another pump into the beginning of December. But I do think we're way overdue for a correction and some mean reversion. And the price going up's not really going to change my opinion of that, right? It just kind of reinforces that opinion. Why would it be the top? There's nothing left. So either like, and we're kind of running into this every day we move up, right? And we didn't really move up last week. We closed last week pretty flat, with the exception of the move on the CPI data, right? Like that was really the only market moving event last week. The rest of the week just traded flat. Um, so I mean, yeah, there's still not a like, and like today's data didn't bring a lot more liquidity to bear, right? We squeezed out some short calls, but it's not like there was enough liquidity for us to just pump all the way up to like 45.75 or 4,600. When Moody's downgrade, I don't know. I mean, the fucking Congress kicked the can again. Maybe they're just waiting for Yellen to issue enough debt and our GDP to debt ratio to get worse. They sure as shit didn't lift their warning after Congress kicked the can, right? All right, guys. I think that's enough for today. I'll have the write out up write up tonight out. I'll try to get it a little earlier for those that complain, but sometimes I like to wait out the Asian markets because I can get a more accurate picture of what's going to be, affecting vol and the dollar and yields in the overnight session. And so I hold off doing the write up until like 2 or 3 a.m. So check it in the morning. Don't worry about checking it at night. Just check it before you start trading for the day, right? So you have an idea, and then I mean I post an update in pre-market too, so you get so you know what like kind of like the chain structure looks like going into the trading session, right? because that does shift around. The bigger piles of interest generally don't. Can you make it easy for regards to read? I had trouble last time. I try to do my best. I mean, I can tell you one thing that's pretty easy to use, right? And that's this, right? If you know, hold on, let me pull it up. You know, I put this up every night, and these are like our key buy sell levels. I try to factor in CTA positioning when I make these, and where I can't, I use historical and technical analysis because I don't have all the futures market data in the world. But I mean, I can tell you that if you buy long on the test of the bull confirm, like you're gonna make money, right? And you set your stop. If you buy on the downside test of that level, right, you're gonna make money. Like I mean, these lines are pretty easy to use, you know, um, and frequently they stay roughly in the same range as we trade through a week, unless we move significantly. But I mean, when you're in a neutral range, you can short strangle, right, and then you can cut the loser, or you can long strangle. You can sell condors outside the confirms, right? Like there's all kinds of stuff you can do just playing around with this. And so, I mean, use that as like a reference, like an understanding. Like today, we did not fail the bull signal, right? That's your indication that shit's not bearish yet. This is where we need to get for things to be bearish. This is where we are. Now, if you want to like make a center point there, and you want to take a really risky put at like the breakdown of like 4,500, right? Or well, I guess that's like 4,510, right? And then you could add to it here, set a stop, and then if it continues, you can add to it again, right? Wait for the bear confirm test, move all your stops up, right? And then if it bounces, you get stopped out and you make a bunch of money. If it continues, you just keep making more money, right? And then you can add again, test, stop, right? And you just level by level, right? I can't do the whole write up by 8 a.m. It takes me too long. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. Later.